Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you gain anything from my work, a connected on epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider supporting my work. All the links are at the bottom of the description after the video ends. Well, live. AllyKatCreations211.com is where you can see my portfolio. I updated it with all my artwork, and if you're interested in purchasing any of it, please email me. 3D memberships is a really great way to support this channel. I'll be having a raffle at the end of the month. I don't know what I'll be able to send out because of the prices of everything and my circumstances I will be talking about. But I'm still gonna hold it because I like to have fun. So please check that out. And I do channel member only videos, which I do a whole lot more Oracle cards during that poll. Hi, everybody. Hi, Scott. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Kim. Hi, Ashmaya. Hi, Bob. What's up? This is the Fuck My Life edition. How is everybody doing? Why do I say that? Because I'm done. I thought I was done. Haha. Oh, hang on. I'll show you guys. If you haven't seen my Facebook, but let's just assume that people live, you know, don't have me on Facebook. So yesterday I go take a shower, doing my business. I go downstairs and a tsunami of water everywhere. Tsunami. Took me 4.5 hours to clean that up because I have a little dry vac and dry vac that up. And looked into the tub. I have a shower down here. It looks like tree roots. Okay. So then I go into my laundry room, which is on the front side of my house, to see if there's any water in there because we had rain. I notice, and I go in my laundry room, not out every day, but I'm in there once in a while, and I just noticed a whole plethora of spider webs everywhere. I'm like, what? Wait, what? And I clean my house, but I haven't noticed anything. I did my laundry like 2 days ago, and everything seemed to be fine. Didn't see spider webs. I look and investigate closer, termites. Thankfully, I'm happy with spiders. They are allowed to stay in this house. They're eating all the termites, but I have termites. So then I'm then going around the house vacuuming in corners and looking to see if there's water damage. I find mold. I'm trying to keep myself calm because after what I just saw, because I'm like, okay, um, obviously I looked into my homeowner's insurance, indoor plumbing stuff. It's on me. Not necessarily covered unless it's coming from the city or the town. Then I have backup insurance. But if it's on my property coming from it's my responsibility. So I ordered a nice guy in Florida sent me a gift card and I went on Amazon and I got tree root treatment. So it's like copper, sulfur, something or other. and you're supposed to pour and flush it down the toilet. So I flushed the damn thing down the toilet, came downstairs to make sure it went down and nothing was coming back up, and it was fine. And then it tells you to flush it a few more times afterwards. So I've been doing that. Coming down here, nothing wrong. I didn't take a shower today. I did not do a laundry. I didn't do dishwashing. I just like washed some dishes out of my sink. Right before the live. So everything was good all day until I came down 5 minutes before to go live. And this is what I find. This is the shower. And of course I snaked the drain in the shower to see if there was anything like obstructing right there. Yep, that's my drain. That's the blue stuff. That's the tree root treatment. Now I don't know how to get that up because it is acid like. Yep. So that I just found 5 minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes ago, let's not lie. And now it's all over the floor. Whatever this is. So yeah, this is a tree root treatment I put in the toilet at 5:15 in the morning. Uh-huh. Yep. And it's 4:40, so like maybe 4:15 I find this down here. But it was fine all day because I've been up and down the stairs, making sure. So there's something wrong. I'm done. Hi, Sparky. I got your box. That put a smile on my face. Hi, James Bone. Yeah, so besides termites, and that bothers me more, I think, than the plumbing, even though the plumbing is really bothering me right now. The mold. Yep. I didn't take pictures of that because I just don't even want to throw up. It's in the laundry room, so it can be contained. But I don't know if there was anything else. But I saw termites, spiders. Spiders are happy. They can live here. But then, coming downstairs after yesterday's monsoon in my house to seeing this, the tree root treatment didn't even go down the damn drain. Yep. And then it's on the tile. Yep. I don't even want to deal with it right now. I don't want to deal with it. I screamed my face. This is why my voice is out. I screamed at myself. Like my shirt completely unhinged. It's gonna move, but unhinged. I hate this camera. I'm completely unhinged. Completely done. Over it. Over it. Now, one would ask, why would a spiritual person like myself want to collapse calamity and insanity in my paradigm? Why would I attract such things? You're asking me. I don't know. And that's what I screamed upstairs and my higher self. I screamed at myself so loud. And obviously there was a synchronicity in that because Brian Scott had a whole video about screaming that day on his channel. Mind blown how synchronicity works. Why would I choose this? What is this telling me? Like, I couldn't sell this house now without fixing it. But here's the problem. I can't even pay my bills. No one wants to give me an equity loan. No, I've been to other places. Don't think I just went to the one and only bank. I went to a few banks. They all told me the same thing. Personal loans. They're only giving me $3,000. That you could wipe your ass and I'm gonna owe 10,000 back. Fuck you. No. Um, um, so I have two showers. It was a shower that I did upstairs. And this happened to me 2 years ago when Jason did podcasting out of my house. Um, I was running a laundry and it came out of the downstairs shower and the toilet overflowed. So I had somebody clear out the tree roots 2 years ago. It cost $500 to do that because you need a special heavy duty, bigger coiled snake to get the drain cleaned out. Um, so it's probably tree roots. If not, I have something wrong with my pipes, regardless of the fact I have no money to call a fucking plumber. Yay! I'm going to hope that in the next day or two, because that stuff that I put down the drain in hopes to clear the tree roots is extremely toxic and dangerous. And I have to see if I have my hazmat stuff to pull it up and then open up the outside drain and see if my little snake sees anything, if there's an obstruction right where the drainage is. If not, I have to go rent a machine for the day. And because I have a Home Depot charge card, I can do it on a charge card. Yes. Yeah, it's only downstairs, this toilet and the shower is the only thing coming out leaking. And the toilet, there's a cracked seal somewhere as well. But when the pressure is going fine, I don't have a problem. So there's a pressure issue because there's an obstruction somewhere. And it's probably tree roots. It's don't know where though. And I put the snake down the drain this morning, yesterday, I didn't get sleep, by the way. I put it down the drain. I didn't get anything. Um, so I have to then tackle outside, but I'm like trying to do it in small processes. Yeah. Oh, it's not from the bank. The bank wouldn't even give me a personal. It was one of those scammer stuff you get in the mail. I get 5,000 spam calls from loan officers every day. Every day. And then here's the problem with selling a house. This is what I had in New York. You can put your house up for sale, but you have to have a buyer to buy it. So I could sit on the house for 7, 8 months. No one buys it. What am I doing for cash anyway? But you see, that's the problem. I had an inspector, and I think whoever, fixed up the house did not, which is illegal, uh, disclose that there was issues. At least if I knew, I would have had more of an understanding. Do I want to have this undertaken? So I don't know what route to take. Um, I don't know what vent this like this is not like I'm new to this stuff. This is what I have outside. I don't know what vent you're talking about in the house, Bob. I know where my main line is. That's about it. I don't know anything else. And I don't have anybody around here. If I call my neighbor, he might be able to help, but like he's been working. So I don't know anybody that's gonna come here and help me uh to figure it out. As we speak, we might have somebody, maybe. Oh, um, I mean, I can get on my roof. I don't know what I'd have to take a pit. I'll look for it. I can get on my roof. I'm not afraid of heights. I have a ladder. Um, yeah. Yeah, I'm just like this is New York 2.0 because in New York I had my problems there. And at least in New York, I knew the plumbing there, and I had friends in the union that would be like, "Oh yeah, I know, I could come over and help you, no problem." Like moving here all by myself, like I don't know anybody. And then the two plumbers that I did call to help me, that was to clear the tree roots was 500 and to fix my shower was 2,000. Yeah, I have to look on my roof and see if there's any obstructions there. But I mean, I haven't had any problems in the last like it's been running fine and now all of a sudden. I cut the grass today and I felt great. I love doing my yard work. It makes me happy. Um and that's one of the bigger things that I've had to question, like, is this happening again because I am meant to move, or is it like, how am I reacting to it that I have to change? Which I have been. I mean, I needed to scream and get the hell out, get it out, because again, my hands are tied. I don't like having my hands tied. Um, I thankfully start back up on work in August, but I won't be able to flush a toilet without having a flood in my house, or using I would have to go to a place to get my clothes washed. Yeah, I'm over life. I'm really over life. Um, I mean, I've looked into doing the apartment and condo thing. I would not be happy. I mean, yeah, at this point in my life, what do I gotta lose? But I know deep down in my soul, like, I have to stop shrinking myself to small. The way my house is situated, I can't really see my roof, because there is a little, it is triangular, but it's like flat triangular, and it's hard to see anything on there. Um, yeah, but if I move into an apartment, I would not be able to do my epoxy. I would not be able to really do much of my painting. I would have to buy or get a rent a studio to do all of that. Um, I wouldn't be able to grow anything in a garden. I don't know. I I I don't know. I don't know. And I mean, life is going to cost me regardless. Yeah, I'll look, Bob. I'm not trying to freak myself out, and I had almost a near nervous breakdown yesterday, more so for mold. I mean, I've had mold before, and I know how to take care of it, and it's just termites, and you know, I mean, I have friends that lived in Section 8. They have told me their horror stories. So, yeah, um, just I needed to get that out yesterday and scream at myself and ask, what is this teaching me? Coming into a neutral space where divine orchestration, divine timing, but then if there is no time, where's the orchestration happening, and what do I need to collapse to make things better? What is this trying to show me? What is this trying to teach me? That's where I need to find where the lesson is, so it stops looping. It has to stop looping. And the vow of poverty thing, null and void, cancel, clear, that shit, real good. And I still can't pinpoint if I was a nun or not. I don't think I was. I think I was a monk. I think I was more in the Eastern Asiatic mystery school. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm at a crossroads at my life. I know I'm at what is probably another ego death, another shadow collapse, um, purging out old programming. And I mean, the Schumann resonance, we're not spiking, but we are purging. Now, listening to the chosen one, see all that red. Now going through the chosen one stuff, and when it was talking about like jobs and stuff, I've applied to 3 more jobs. Haven't got word back. I usually give it a week before I'll email or call. And then I have to say, well, if it's not orchestrated for me, I have the faith. I have the faith. Faith is there. Faith is there. It's asking upstairs, why am I having to go through all of this alone? Why does, when everything collapses, when I don't have funds, why does it all just throw up? What is that trying to teach me besides giving me a near nervous breakdown? And that's just my bodily response to 4 hours of cleaning the water off the floor, making sure that there's, spraying bleach that I'm allergic to make sure that mold doesn't spread or start. Um, it only happens to me when I'm like depleted. It is the truth. And it's not something that I ever want to speak into existence, but I've been self-reliant the last 20 something years of my life because my mom didn't know how to do half the shit, and I had to do it because she also was on a budget when my dad died. And his pension wasn't that much, and she wasn't collecting. She collected a little bit of Social Security, but I mean, not enough to maintain bills. I had to go back to work and help her out. And I did a lot of the stuff in my house. Like I put in 2 vanities with the plumbing. Um, I literally did on my mother's birthday, a year after she died, my hot water heater exploded. Exploded. And I had so much damage. I had to call the homeowner's insurance. I had to send them the power of attorney and her will that everything goes to me, that I was still paying for the homeowner's insurance, but I had to wait for certain papers. The deed to the house takes time to get in, it took time to get my name on the deed of the house. So I had to wait to get that to make a claim. Then I got raped even more for having my floor ripped up. And then it took me 2 years to get carpet glue and tile glue off my floor so that I could epoxy it. Because they didn't give me enough money to replace the floor. Thank you, homeowners insurance. Does nothing. So here I am. Like, okay, the next steps is going outside and seeing what I can physically do by myself. And then if not, I'm going to go to a Home Depot that has a tool rental. and see if I can get a heavy duty snake and do it myself. Because I don't have $500 to go helping to pay a plumber. And that was 2 years ago. Who knows what they would charge me now? If my shower was $2,000 and it was like not that much, I don't, you get raped. But in the spiritual sense, everything I've been seeing has been like, oh, you're on the brink of change. You have to change. Okay, where's the change? What? No jobs are hiring. Okay, so I'm thinking outside of the box. Everything that people send me is passive. I need about 100 foot, but I need a bigger gauge because the tree roots are not going to wrap around the little dude and then pulling it out. It needs force, so it needs to it runs off of electric. So when you feed it, it's going to go in and it's going to do its thing, but like pulling it back out, there's an electric hydraulic system that pulls it out. The guy was here, Dina could tell you, she was here for that when he was here. The guy had an archaic machine, huge machine, and it took about 4 hours. I mean, so it was worth $500 at the time, but I don't have anything right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna clean out my house and go to the pawn store and see what I can get because I can't wait on these people to hire me. Like I said, I can't put a gun to someone's head to force them to hire me. I can't do that. Everybody's like, "Oh, they're hiring," and I apply and I don't get the jobs. It once again, if things are divinely orchestrated, they're gonna happen. If things are not orchestrated for me, they're not gonna happen. That's just and once again, there many of us are on the precipice of merging into our mission, whatever that's going to look like. I've been put on stall and pause. No, I don't have a septic tank. Uh, the municipality is the next person I'm going to call only because everybody on my line has been having plumbing problems. So it's not just me having the issues, but I don't know where their issues were. I don't talk to these older people. They're angry and grumpy. Um, really grumpy. And if the bank would have gotten me the equity loan, I would have been having no issue because that was on my agenda anyway, is to get the plumbing fixed in this house. That was what the equity, besides going back to school, that was what I was going to do with the money is fix the plumbing in the house. So I don't have any more problems. But I got told no, even with the good credit score. At least my credit's good. I mean, I have donated to the Vietnam veterans, like half my entire old house in Staten Island. Furniture that cost my parents an arm and a leg, all donated. Um, the only piece of furniture for real that I took out of my old house was my kitchen table, the chairs, and a lamp. furniture-wise. Everything else, I had to buy. Hi, El Sunray. So everything that I've been watching, everything that I've been listening to, we're seeing this on the outside world too. It's not just internally, it's also happening externally. What is happening in the world right now? We're seeing what the fake war that's going to happen, that's going to bring the world on the precipice, and then change is coming. So we're just about there in that context. But do we know what is going to align afterward? No. We've been hearing and I again, I don't absorb this stuff. I just objectively look and watch and see what's going on because I was very heavily vested in that. But if we're merging and changing timelines collectively as a humanity, things are not going to play out like exact. And we've been seeing this. 17 can align. You can make anything into another number and make it correspond and make your internal perception feel like, oh, this is going to happen because it tells you 17 is going to match. But it then doesn't happen. We're on God's movie. We're all on the stage of God. And sometimes, this is one of the lessons I had to learn in New York. If I would have waited because, oh, yeah, Nasser's happening, Allison. We'll help you out when everything happens. My watch is still ticking. I just know that, sure, if I move, where am I going? And that was a big process for me when I lived in New York. Where do I go? What do I do? Where do I go? My job circumstances are not going to change because I moved to another state. It might be maybe a little easier, but I still need to get a state license to teach. Hi, legit. I still need an art license to teach in any school. It doesn't necessarily matter. And yes, there are people that claim they go and get an emergency permit, and that's what I was hoping for, so that I can show I have a contract, I have a salary. Here I could pay to go to school. That did not happen. So something in the orchestration of source, and then the fact that I have to relinquish that and surrender the fact that I have to give it to source, and I have. Okay, if that's not meant to be, I'm going to leave it alone. I'm not forcing something. Obviously, I want it. I'm very happy and would be super excited to do that job. But if that's not what divinely is orchestrated in my life, it's not going to happen. We have contracts. And yes, you can null and void certain aspects of your shit. That's not off the table. The ones who volunteered to come down, the ones who are the warriors, myself, I know El Sunray is one of them. Many of you might be as well, but I definitely know she is. We're fighting. This is duality. I was put here in this area to fight a battle that's in the unseen. That is a spiritual mission. That's not a 3D mission. That's another dimensional mission. But I needed to be here for that. Many of you, where you are, your frequency key is absolutely needed. No ifs, ands, or buts. There's reasons why we are where we are in the moment, in the time of the now. For me, it's just processing why the 3D stuff keeps happening to this extent. Is it because I actually put out the call for I need help. I don't even know what to do anymore. But if I don't ask for help, because that's a problem that I've had in my past, I don't ask for help. And it's not asking financially. If someone that's a plumber that could come here and check it out and just, hey, this is what you need to do, or hey, here, when you have it, I trust you, I'll fix it for you now. But that's not how the world works. Or maybe it does. I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like not having energy exchange. So even when the guys, because I had union guys in New York, anytime I had an issue, I put the call out. Hey, I have an issue. Could you just come and check it out? If it's something that I know, like, I can't do for myself, could you help me? And I would always either make something to eat and buy them beer, or, throw them $50 and they would be happy. Up here, I don't know anybody. And the people that I do, I know Ivy tried helping me out so bad yesterday. She just kept sending me, oh, here's a plumber that we use. Okay, but I can't afford that right now. Until I go through my jewelry and go to the pawn shop, because I sold my silver. That got me some of my bills paid, but not all of them. So yeah, that, you know, Viking finally got back to me 3 days. And I have to check outside. I just sent him the pictures I showed you guys. Because I don't even know how to clean that up. It's like copper sulfuric something or other. It's not safe to touch. You're good, El Sunray. But that's the thing, like I've questioned sitting here a few times, introspecting and going through the shadow work and doing the work on myself and asking the deeper why questions. And it keeps coming back to, like, you are where you're supposed to be. Okay, so what's the mission? What do I need to do? What opportunities do I need to, like, I can't, I'm not one to sit by and just sit with my popcorn. I got to be active. I got to do something. Um, I have to do shit. Like, I can't sit back. And I'm not getting anything. And if that's the universe working its way to getting me the help and I have to be patient, but at the same time, like, I am not going to be able to, like, shower unless I want to clean up all the water that's going to come out from that, or I can army shower and wash my hair in the sink. I could do that. I've been inconvenienced before many times in my life, but why? And then, next month, how does the bills get paid next month? Something has to give. And if I, and like, everybody's like, well, put the house up for sale. Okay, but that doesn't mean it gets sold right away. And then where am I going? Where am I going? Living in a hotel again? Storage is expensive. I just did this dance 3 years ago. Not even 2.5. I don't know. But that's why I'm taking you guys on my journey because I'm not alone. I'm not alone. And I know that through me talking about it, and it might be an old story for others, and you might be sick and tired of hearing me talk about it, but I know that there's a few people that probably wouldn't be able to handle what I'm doing and would have transcended self already. And I hope that I can give someone the strength to pull through. I mean, I had to scream at myself and collapse on the floor and say, what the hell? What gives? Really? And if I'm under spiritual attack, which I don't doubt, I do think I am, they're just trying to deter me from my mission. We have to stop thinking all the time in the 3D, and we also have to know that we're also playing roles in 4, 5, 6, 7, 8D. No, every job I have applied for in the last 4 months have been denied, not a call back or told no. So have not found a job. I mean, this is a job, but here we are. I have to build it up. That's not easy. A lot of people don't want to hear the truth in the higher form just yet. When more people could stop thinking on a third dimensional scale and understand the other dimensional spaces better, maybe my time will come and I can have more abilities to just be doing this and then working my day job and not have to worry. You know, I was offered a spot, but I would have to pay rent. Hey, Buckshot. Hi, Taylor. In the healing center. But at the same time, that's rent. I don't have money for that right now. Well, you're loved too, Taylor. Everybody's loved, even if you don't feel it. So the Schumann is a lot of purging right now. You're funny, Buckshot. I mean, but we're seeing the purge, but we're seeing it within ourselves. So if this is like my house purging, great. If this is we're seeing the world purge. We're seeing volcanic activity. We're seeing earthquakes. I don't care if it's man-made or if it's divinely orchestrated because we're agents of source. So if someone pressed a button to make an earthquake happen, guess what? That's still God orchestrating it. If it's omnipotent and omnipresent and we're all fractals of it, someone out there created that. It was source. Hi, Catherine. Hi, Barbara. So yeah, I went a little early today because of this is not anything bad, but this is. I don't know how to clean that up safely. Um, I'm gonna hope to run the shower and see if it'll go down the drain, but after I go outside later and try to pull the cap off and see what's going on there. Um, so yeah, that's my bathroom right now. Yeah. But I mean, where you see like the heart right there, there was water all over there. That was fun cleaning. Super fun. Yeah, buckshot. Yeah, so fun. And that is copper sulf something. It's like granular stuff that you put down the toilet and then you flush it a bunch. And I didn't have a problem all day. I'm like, oh, this is great. And I treated the hair and the grease stuff the day before and put the hot water down, all the drains upstairs. I mean, I don't have anything backing up. Like I don't have poo or pee backing up into the house. Um, so legit, I took a shower yesterday morning and came downstairs to go get something, and there was a flood down here. Go look into that shower, and I saw like brown stuff, which it's a backup, and it's probably tree roots because I had this before. I put a call out. I text a bunch of people to see if they know a plumber that would do me a favor. I need a high power, large machine. It's a snake, but it needs to go outside. But I'm like, okay, but I can't afford that. I can go to Home Depot and rent one out. I have a Home Depot charge card for that. But it was by the time I clean, it took me 4 hours to clean up, go into my laundry room to make sure that nothing was flooded in there, and come to find out I see termites. I see spider webs everywhere first. Then uncut, pull some stuff back and there's termites. And then I find mold. Yeah, see it's tree roots that I think that's really where my problem is. And there's an obstruction of that, and I need a heavy duty snake. And well, whatever I flushed down the toilet, it came back up into the shower and on the floor of my bathroom right now. And that took forever because I've been running downstairs to make sure. I went outside to mow. So I came down here a few times to check, and there was no water. 5 minutes before I go live, I find that. Have a good night. You're loved too, Charlene. You're very much loved. So yeah, um, I have to go to a pawn. I have to go look into the house to see what I can sell at a pawn place, and then put some stuff. I have to see what I can put up on Facebook to sell stuff, and hope I make enough to pay for a plumber. Or rent the machine and do it myself, which that's the next steps. I'm trying to avoid having to call someone if I could do it myself. And I've done plumbing before. I'm not afraid of poop. I mean, I used to I cleaned diapers all year, so not afraid of that. Uh, just heavily annoying, to say the least. But I mean, the energies right now are reflecting the purging out of a lot. I mean, we're seeing, I mean, I'm excited because we're seeing stuff. We are seeing things. But I took a picture of the gas prices here the other day. I'm not seeing a damn change. I mean, yeah, I mean, it hasn't come up. That's like the one blessing I could say if I had a blessing out of this experience, it wasn't waste backing up. Like what's in there in the bathroom right now is just the stuff I flushed down the toilet to get the tree roots. So it's not poop, it's not pee, um, it's none of that. So I don't have to worry about that. It's water, but I don't know how to clean that up. I'm gonna leave that comment, Barbara, as I asked Dina to ask his friends if anybody can help me. I'll leave it at that. Um, so we are seeing the world uplift and purge. A lot of us are purging. I mean, this is a purge for me. This is like the dark night of the soul times seven. Um, I mean, I'm way calmer today than I was last night. I literally was doing that Curtis book reading and my hand was twitching, twitching, twitching. Um, twitching because I'm just over having to continuously, and I don't think I don't really honestly think it matters where I go and what, if I get an apartment, if I get a condo, if I get anything else. I think there's just something will go wrong that's going to cost me an arm and a leg. So it's, do I repeat the cycle of continuing to sell my properties to make little things easier in the moment? Or do I, he actually just got back to me when I started to live. I'm like, do you know anybody with a heavy duty snake? No, sorry, what happened? And show him the pictures. I explained to him the situation and I haven't gotten anything back. I don't rely on him. I can't rely on anybody. Here's the reason why. I had this problem in New York. I mean, when things got really rough, I had no air conditioning. It was 109 degrees outside, no air conditioning. I asked people, why can't you share my yard sale stuff on your page to get more people to, you know, come here, help me. That's Amish mindset, by the way. Clicking a like is Amish mindset. Like sharing is Amish mindset. I wasn't asking people for money. If I could do it myself, I will. And that's the hyper independence and the Aries masculine that I had to be my whole life. Because when someone tells me they're going to be there and I'm waiting 3 weeks, I'd rather just do it myself then and there. I'm gonna see if I can get the cap off myself. That's something I might need my neighbor to help me with. He's reliable, at least he's next door. If I could get the cap out and just look to see what's going on and then put it back where it's not so all the way down. Um, I thanks to Buckshot, he found that snake I need, and it's in the next town over, and I would have to rent it for the day, and I'll play with it. That's all I could do, and if I go to the pawn shop and sell some stuff and make a nice amount of money back, I will call a plumber. That's where I'm at. I yeah. Yeah, I think Jason might have big channel locks. Like he'll like loan me anything that's in his garage. That's not a thing, but like having people physically help me. I still have a shed that's sitting that little Thor was I took a picture of today. He came I obviously didn't really sleep. I did the tree root treatment in the early morning, and then I went outside to spray for the termites like everywhere. Windowsills, whatever, every place I could find, I sprayed. And I'm going to lay diatomaceous earth is great. Um, but it's pricey, and I have property. Yeah, I Viking is a very frequent flyer at the pawn shops. I told him to keep his eyes out but he's been working like 80 plus hours a week, so he's never home. But he never goes out when he is off. So yeah, it's rather large. It's the white cap I need off in my laundry room. In my laundry room, and I saw them outside. And outside's concrete. In the back, there's more wood. My deck I sprayed. And not where little Thor, don't get me wrong. Like I try to keep everything safe for the animals because I do have raccoons and stuff. I sprayed where they can't get to it. But the other alternative stuff is expensive. And I was working with someone that gave me a gift card like a Visa gift card, and I was able to go in on and get stuff for cheap on Amazon. I also have mold. So I mean, if I were to call the homeowners insurance for that, I might be able to get that fixed through homeowners insurance. The issue with that is I need a deductible, and I don't have the money for the deductible at the moment. Like I said, I really have to go pulling through my house to see what I can sell in order to make enough to pay for plumber if I need to go that route and or go through the homeowner's insurance. Still have to pay a deductible. So yeah. But then, I'm looking at spiritual, like why? I'm not getting my answers. I go to spirit. I'm like, hi, why? Why? Hi, mom and dad. You're like, it's gonna be okay. Okay, so okay, great, thanks. I'm allergic to bleach. So what I have to do, I could do distilled white vinegar, and that I have to go to the store for to get. I know it exists because the vinegar that I have is high concentrate white vinegar. It's not distilled.
Mm.
Yeah, L center, yeah. So but if it's from something like, if it's from a crack in my foundation, they can fix a crack in the foundation. I can take care, I can like cut the wall down because I can replace the wall myself and take care of the mold that way by myself. Yeah, I have to go to the store and get a bunch of stuff. Because it's on the floor and it's like in the cracks of the wall. But I have plaster walls. So it's, that stuff, everything costs something. And when you don't have much, you have to be jimmy rigging. So I've been asking upstairs, like, what's gonna give, this is I'm replaying a life I don't want to replay. Why is this replaying? I'm doing the conscious work to shift. I'm going outside, I'm walking around, I'm grounding, I'm sitting in meditation, I'm envisioning, I'm feeling, I'm dressing the role, I'm embodying the role for something better to come, and it just, and then all the videos I'm watching, it's divine orchestration. You got to be patient. Well, how much longer? 42 years of patience. I'm still in survival mode. 42 years, and 90% of that time it's been me, because my parents, you know, spiritually they were not there. So Sun Tzu, listen, asses the mood, then talk when the time is right. If you have bad news to impart or a touchy situation to discuss, be aware of the mood of the person you are going to talk to. With practice, you should be able to gauge when someone will be resistant to your ideas or when they will be open to your point of view and happy to find a resolution. Sun Tzu said, "A soldier's spirit is keenest in the morning. By noonday, it has begun to flag. And in the evening, his mind has been bent only on returning to camp. This is the art of studying moods." Um, I'm glad I got this deck because it's reflective of our 47. Reason over power. In an argument, the most determined, loudest, or nastiest contestant may win, with little reason involved. To use influence over power to win is harder. Someone highly skilled at using indirect methods will win without their adversary even knowing there was a fight. To do this, you need to understand the situation better than others to get reason to play. Sun Tzu, in all fighting, the direct method may be used for joining battle, but indirect methods will be needed in order to secure victory. Twitter posts, anybody? Combined energy teamwork. It is easier to lift heavy weight with others than by ourselves. You can apply this to your decision making too. Seek advice from those who are more knowledgeable than you in specific areas, which will help you make better small choices. The more you know, the more options you will have. The clever combatant looks to effect of combined energy and does not require too much from individuals. Hence his ability to pick out the right men and utilize combined energy. We see that right now militarily. We're seeing that right now. Playing out in our paradigm. And if there's spirit behind me, let me know, because I do think I have something at the salt. Happy solstice to everybody who celebrates the longest day of the year, sun-wise. It's all an illusion. Fire. Does anybody else feel under attack? And once again, I look beyond good and evil. I know it still exists. We live in duality, and that is what we're supposed to do. Fight it in duality. 2 years ago, legit, it cost me $500. And Dina's witness to that. She was here. Jason was on a podcast, and the guy was outside. Because I had a very similar problem. I had a flood in the house. Same situation. And it was tree roots. And, I put the tree root treatment. It's like, oh, you do it like twice a year. I'm like, oh, okay, great. And now it's in my tub and my shower down here. Um, the snake that I would need is over $2,000 for a machine. Rental, I can rent it for $90 for the day. That's not I can use my charge card for that. Why I can't go bankrupt? Because I still need to pay for things, and have something. Plumbers here, 2,000, just about $2,000 to fix my shower, because there's a major leak in there, and they had to clean out the mold. That was almost $2,000. And that was my property tax money that I had saved up, but it went to the plumbing. Because I also owe almost $5,000 in property tax. I'm not worried about it though. Mhm. And like I said, if Source is orchestrating something amazing for me, like, hi, let it come now, please. If I'm supposed to, I mean, there was guys outside doing masonry, like they're putting fiber optic cables in the streets. I don't know why Indiana's behind, but there was some good looking men out there, and I was mowing my lawn in yoga pants. I have respect for my body as I'm aging. I'm not my 20-year-old little stick figure self, but I was outside trying to look cute, mowing. You know, that's always fun. So I did that. was like, oh, hi, how are you? You know, Janine, turn the page with Janine. She's pulled some of our like Akasha cards for me. And it's like, oh, someone's gonna like hand you an opportunity. So I've been trying to draw that in. That's why during the Curtis books, I'm like, well, if there's anybody that can give me an opportunity, because I'm supposed to be doing my artwork, that's a part of my mission. Uh, you have an opportunity. I want to work. It's not like I want to sit back and collect a check. I want to work for my money. Like I'm a workhorse. Um, I have a snake. It's just not big enough. I need a heavy duty one. You know, and I mean going to the post office. You Californians, it costs an arm and a leg. A box that I would ship to Michigan or Florida for the weight would be $20. Okay, I get it. It's a big box. It's heavy. Shipping into California, $47. You know, the people did give me the postage back. But my God, jaw drop. Like it is, I feel like we're still under auto pen for certain things. Gas here was 350 the other day. Your cat's purging, James. Freya this morning, I will have to admit, she was trying to cheer me up. She saw that I was upset. Um, and I've been cleaning that, you know, going and deeply cleaning. Yeah, I don't understand that, Scott. Um, Freya was such in a playful mood. I had to like take a break from doing everything and play with her. I do anyway all the time when I'm upstairs because she's barely ever down here. She was very hyper today. So I know something's going on in the energies. I mean, little Thor was really late today. I was sitting outside and meditating, and I heard a little crackle. And then here's his little face looking at me like, huh? What are you doing down here? Okay, so it's not just me. Yeah, Barbara, I try to do that, but then they keep changing the prices on stuff because 4 or 5 months ago, sending packages out, I included that in my cost of the, and I was fine. Out of nowhere, I didn't get any memo from the post office that prices were jumping to send things out that cost me $20 to send to California. Now it's 47. That makes no sense. Oh geez. Watch your toes, James. Freya doesn't go for my feet, but like if my hand is under my blanket, she wants to play with whatever's under there. She's still only 3. Oh no. Little Thor does that. He goes out and tries to find the ladies, and then I go to find out that across the creek, so behind my backyard is a little creek. It's a runoff. And then there's houses that are literally like really around the corner, not that far of a distance, but it's up on it. It's a little elevated. And there's two cats that those people feed, but I don't know if they're his cats or their neighborhood cats. Oh, James. I so they cut up our streets. They like cut through my driveway and then it ended in my driveway. They did not cut through to my my mini driveway or to my neighbor. I don't know what they did, but now they're across the street laying stuff down. New York did that at least 15 years ago. Verizon Fios came. There was already Spectrum, and before that, it was Time Warner Cable. They laid lines next to Time Warner Cable's lines in our streets, and we had boxes outside of everybody's house had, we because I lived in a community, townhouses. Um, Between each house there was a green box with all the wiring, and then underneath the ground they shot the wires up and went into our house. So I never had used the Wi-Fi. I've always had Ethernet until they started digging around. I had a problem with the line in my street, and they needed permits from the city and everything to dig it up, and I had to go to Wi-Fi. So all the jobs that I was applying to do remotely when COVID hit, I couldn't do because they would not accept the Wi-Fi. I have the same problem here. Uh, I had Comcast, Xfinity. They were charging me $144 a month for internet out of nowhere. My bill went up one day, and I'm like, I can't afford this. T-Mobile has a Wi-Fi for $50, so I go and do the Wi-Fi there. But all the remote jobs, you need an Ethernet connection with your equipment. I'm like, oh, great. Love it. So there's fiber optic happening again here. Don't know why. Uh, but I'm going to say this about Starlink. I watch the storm chasers. I have a affinity for tornadoes and weather. I love it. That's my thing. And all the storm chasers have mobile Starlinks on their cars. Yes, their connection to their live streams are way better than they were with just phone reception. But even in the middle of a cornfield in the middle of Nebraska, their system does go out. So there is no perfect satellite. If there's a storm, you're getting interference. I don't care whose model, make, and number it is. Hi, Auntie Amy. Um, yes, but and the funny thing is, UPS here at least is not that far off from the post office prices, depending what it is. Um, Mind you. Hi, Miss Amy. I have a little Thor video. He's going up tomorrow. Um, I didn't sleep, going crazy today. Barbara, you were in my prayers and I was bubbling you. No joke. I was supposed to get that system that hit you guys in Illinois. It was moving up. And like even James was like, I posted like what warning I was under. And I go onto YouTube and there's max velocity on already. And I'm like, wait, what? He's like, yeah, there's already been 10 tornadoes that touched down in Illinois. What? Okay. Boop. Bubbling. You and so many other people that are down. I think Whiskey's down there in that line. Everybody's like, oh, why don't you move down there? No. Father's Day, my birth father. Why don't you move down here? I could use some help. No, I already took care of two parents, Dad. My teenage years and my early 30s, that whole chunk of time, I took care of both my parents. I'm not taking care of you. Let your other kids deal with you. You you didn't want nothing to do with me. You let my birth mother put me up for adoption. You're only 21. I understand. I don't hold you, you're a sperm donor. Great. But oh, move down here. I could use some help with the contracting. My dad does remodeling houses. Hi, Dad. I could use your help. Would you be able to come up here to help me? Crickets. Crickets. Um, I don't know about Barbara, but we missed I literally took everything out on like I tied things to my deck. I laid everything flat. Like I haven't even set up my outside my backyard this year because of all the wind damage that I've had throughout the year. Half my backyard was tore up by wind and tree branches. So I didn't even put my stuff in my backyard and make it look appropriate besides my garden. Because every other week there's a huge storm and they're like, "Oh, you're in a high risk range for getting tornadoes." Like, I don't need my stuff lying in someone's house. No thanks. There's a freaking hurricane hitting Mexico. There's a hurricane. What? Yeah, I and that's the thing. Sportsman doesn't live he lives near Lansing and I always text him. I'm like, "Hi, hunker down if you don't already know." Another reason why I won't move up there. Michigan gets a lot of weather. A lot of it. No. For whatever reason why I chose here, I mean, besides the real estate property that was, when I moved, everything was like extraordinarily high. Um, the lake effect from Lake Michigan, like there's a pocket of area that lessens the effects of weather. I might get a lot of snow over other people, but I'd rather deal with snow than tornadoes. He's in Utah. Yeah, no, no. Sage is still going, but I have my fan on. Um, so we are seeing Earth Gaia purge. Yes. Barbara, are you near St. Louis or you are on the other side? Um, yeah, it hits it like Indianapolis got smacked. I mean, 40 minutes from here, the damage was insane. There was like I belong to a group on Facebook for like a vending thing, and um they got hit really hard. There was no tornado, but the wind damage was bad. Have a good one, James. Thank you for stopping by. Um, okay. The the earth is purging. And Ruth Montgomery, she's an author who used to channel she did auto writing or auto typing. I forgot what that automatic typing thing. She'll trance and the spirit guides come through. Um, they have said it that there was going to be a lot of earth changes. Dolores Cannon, another person that has, through the other people's QHHT sessions have said there's going to be a lot of shifts. Um, I'm not 100% sure if Barbara Messiniak in her books to some effect said that, thank you, Ashmaya, that there was going to be earth changes, and we're in them now. The videos that I've been watching about like understanding myself better. Most of you are all angels, so embody that. Some of us are archangels, embody it. It's not putting yourself on a podium. It's a humongous responsibility. Number one, I'm not alone. There's a many of us. And then there's some of us with stupid forehead writing seals on us. I might be one of them. That I have a divine mission here. Most of us do. I mean, everybody does to an extent. But a lot of us are way showers. We're in the first wave of awakening. Most of us woke up when we were babies to the spiritual and the galactic stuff, the aliens, the ETs. We already knew about that stuff. We embodied it, embraced it. Okay, cool. This is a part of our world. We're seeing ghosts. No one else is seeing them. We're seeing entities. We're seeing glitches in the matrix our whole lives. We have abilities that come wax and wane, come on and off. Being the empath, seeing spirit, then not seeing spirit, feeling it, not hearing it. Your body's a tuning fork and it's taking in a lot of energy. Um, so many of us have been awake and have had our veil drop to certain extents, meaning we can remember past lives. We had those snapshots. We had an understanding, a knowing, mm, yeah, it's closer to me, Ashmaya. But I still don't know much about Illinois, so there's Chicago, and then it's just like New York. Here's New York City. Fuck the humongous state that's above it. A lot of us have already had most of our veils dropped to certain things. 9/11 was another wake-up call for many of us on the way shower scale because we knew something nefarious happened that day. We couldn't put our finger completely on who, what, where, when, and why until later on, but we had an inkling something was off. Something was off about that. So that woke more people up consciously. This ripped the Band-Aid off, the veil. He ripped the Band-Aid off. It's like, no, now is the time. We tried ripping the Band-Aid off for eons and centuries and decades, and the Band-Aid wasn't stick. It still needed a stick because not everybody was activating the right way properly. There is interference right now. Um, that's another thing I wanted to get into today. We were having a blackout party the other day, like Tuesday. I was so excited. We were dancing, we were having a blast. I'm like, look, we're in a blackout. Yay! Quantum leap. Let's think of good things. Let's merge this timeline. Let's merge heaven to earth. Let's go. Come to wake up the next morning, that blackout was this big. Now, was that manipulated? Was that manipulation? The argument that I was trying to not an argument, but like something a lot of people talk about with the med beds. We are the med beds. We have to frequent ourselves higher. Um, but we also have to stop being afraid of death. I think that's where a lot of people are hung up. Like we want to save everybody, and at the same time, we are immortal. So what are you saving? I even said that to upstairs. I said, if you guys don't stop, I'm gonna have a heart attack. And I'm gonna be better off up there anyway because I'm not gonna be bound by physicality. I can work my magic up there just as I'm limited here. Have a good night. Oh, I did that this morning. Please be safe and make sure you're wearing pants because there is ticks out there. We don't need that. Um, we're entangled. It's not just, when we're looking at quantum entanglement, the larger entanglement of our subatomic particles is with source. So you have a silver cord, that's your string theory, that's string theory, right? You're tethered in some form or fashion, entangled to source. The outside of us presence of subatomic particles of quantum energy. Our fields of energy are all linked to all things. Everything has an electromagnetic field to an extent. Does my book? Probably not. But there's particles making up that paper in that book. Everything vibrates. That's a law of nature. Everything vibrates. But to what extent? How dense is the matter? There you go. But everything is always moving. You're entangled to everything. It's just a matter of being the active observer of something collapsing into 3D. Oh, good. Oh, I wish I had a riding mower. That'd be fun. So looking at what you're entangled to in a higher form. So I can be entangled to chicken. It's meant to be here. Whereas certain things are not so integral to me, they're over there. So the things I don't prefer are still integral to me, but I don't give it my observation. It's not collapsing in my reality anymore because I'm not feeding it energy. I'm not giving my field of focus to those things. Whereas if I want to collapse financially, money to go get a plumber to fix my problem here, besides like getting little things that I think might be a band-aid for the now moment, I have to collapse and observe myself in a better state in which that I've been doing. But if your subconscious is blocked, which I don't know if mine still is, I've been doing meditations, I've been sitting outside, getting the sun. I'm not Casper anymore. This side is, but not this side. Um, I've been doing the work. I've been doing a lot of introspection. What's meant for you is not supposed to pass you by, but linear time space, this is the problem in the world. We're focused on things that are holding us here. And we're not focusing on the unobserved, because we can't see it, but it exists. We're not all focused on what we want. And that's personal because when you feel it, and more people feel it, just like world peace, if you get a thousand people to sit in a room, and of course protected, and everybody is just putting out good frequency, there's little moments of peace. But even that can get interference because we're not just entangled to amazement and beautiful things. And yes, we are, but we're also entangled to that other side. God is everything. God said, let there be, and here we are. And that includes the negative polarity. That's what we need to conquer in order to move up. And it doesn't disappear in 4D either. It's a collapsing of that. Because 5D is unity consciousness. And the Curtis is, wow. If anybody, once again, that last reading and chapter 7 was profound. I think this matched it. Let me see if I could pull it up, the section that I wanted to go over. Too many things up in my background. I can't find my book. Ba -da 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 -da. There's my jingle for you. Right. So solutions. Too many people are bogged in the right or left paradigm right now. That is supposed to be playing out. That's teaching people a lot. A lot, unfortunately. Like we orchestrated everything. Like many of us probably had to do a lot with that in an etheric sense. Um, we're not here to wake everybody up. That was never the point. That was never the point. And as much as like I fed into that paradigm for a while, like I said, with getting a job, I can't put and force somebody to give me a job because I need a job to help myself. If no one wants to give me a job, what is the universe orchestrating for me that's better? That's where I have to go instead of lowering myself and saying, Well, do I want to be stuck perpetually doing low-paying jobs and getting stuck in those low-paying jobs are not hiring me either, by the way. Um, let's just say I get one. It's not going to last because it's not my mission. It's not me orchestrating it. The solutions that the world needs is the understanding that Christ consciousness is not bound by any religion. It's a consciousness. It's a frequency key, like Leah was saying. Christ is not bound by Jesus. I'm sorry, it's not. It's a role that a lot of other entities in a lot of other places have inhabited that role. It is an office. It's a holder of energy. I mean, if the one thing out of the keys in Enoch that I can align with, like that chart aligns with me. But I read it page to page. It's not a bad book. It's a third dimensional written book. Those two are not bad books, but they're still written in a third dimensional perspective. There's not much dimensionality in that. Ashtiana Dean, another story. She has dimensionality in her work. So for a person just on 3D and not thinking higher in consciousness, they're never going to understand her work. Period. End of story. If you're evolved to a higher consciousness, you're going to understand her work a lot better. You know, we have to ask ourselves at the crux, this was something that I had to do. Why am I here? What did I do to want to come down here? That's the question all of you should ask yourself. Why you're incarnated, where you're incarnated, why are you born? Why is your circumstances your circumstances? Yeah, huge. But we have to ask ourselves, those minute questions add up to bigger solutionable questions. Why are you here? And sometimes the harder answer is to find out you're just here to be a frequency. I'm completely unhinged. I have to shut my fan. I don't know where my remote went. Um, it's somewhere. I was cleaning my desk off and it disappeared. I have my fan on. I'm cold. So yeah. Um, chicken! Buck buck. Buck buck. Chicken. Buck buck. Chicken. Well, did someone here has a rooster? I heard a rooster this morning. Rooster! Boop, 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 boop. No? Monkey butt? It's a monkey butt. Cute as can be. All right, that's better. Monkey butt. Um, I gotta show you guys. Because I don't remember where I do what and show what, but I gotta show you this. Let's have a laugh. I showed Charlene this already. I have to hide you. I want someone to make me these. You gotta laugh. Cat butt keychains not neutered edition. I am not the best crocheter and I don't know how that's not my wheelhouse. If someone can make me a cat butt keychain not neutered, that's great. That's great. Why is my fan still on? Gosh, why? Hmm. There it goes. I fix. I fix. I want somebody to make that. That's genius. Whoever did that design, kudos to you. All right, hang on. Amy, I knew you would like that. I forgot if I showed it on Janine's show or I just showed Janine. Or was it Tuesday? I don't know. Like, since even though we did have that blackout, like I woke up all different. Like, so that happened Tuesday. Janine texted me, "Hey, do you want to pop on the show with me and Arnie?" And I said, "Sure." She goes, "Oh, we're going on at 9." And I looked at the clock and I'm like, and I woke, it's like that day that you woke up when you were a kid late. You missed your alarm and you like rushed through everything. And then you come to find out you're early. That was me on Wednesday. Wednesday was funky. Completely unhinged because I am. I I my voice is now coming back, but it's lower because I screamed my face off at myself. I screamed at my parents. I screamed at Source. I screamed at every one of my angels. I screamed at every one of my everything that is encompassing my field. I yelled at all of them. If you're orchestrating in the universe to bring me better and help me and guide me, and I have a big mission, supposedly a spiritual one, how can I fucking do that in 3D if my needs can't be met and it's not without a lack of me going out and doing and trying? Bob, I got pictures I'm gonna post. And that's another thing I've been doing. I go outside and I take photos of myself because I need to feel and reinforce that I am worthy of better things. You know, another thing that crossed my mind. Am I being too complacent with just the mundane shit of 3D that I'm not looking to bigger and higher heights? I'm only collapsing in 3D stuff that will just make me get by. Why am I not going higher and thinking higher of myself? That's something that crossed my mind and that spirit like giving me a hint. Why do I keep settling for lower? And that's not a egotistical thing either. We want to think and claim that it is. But if you keep thinking at it, like I said, my unconscious brain, I was programmed into you're not worthy, you're never going to make anything out of yourself. You're stupid. You can't do this, you can't do that, and you're not going to get anywhere as an artist. So when you're fed that your whole life, that's a lot of on blocking and on debugging and deprogramming yourself from. Maybe that's why the jobs that I've been going for are part-time, just retail and restaurant stuff that is not calling me back because it's not meant to be. Thank you. But I've been doing that recently to take myself and go, well, you're worthy of more than what you have. You're worthy. Even if it's just in a picture, you're worthy of love. You're worthy of attracting a nice man. You're worthy of having the world at, not just sitting on your shoulders and weighing you down, but like uplifting you. Like we're always fed the lower stuff. And not to say that that stuff doesn't hold a purpose in this world, it absolutely does. But at what point do you say to yourself, you're worthy of a lot more? And why aren't you going after it? And why don't you feel that way of yourself? I think that's why a lot of people get stuck where they're at because they don't have self-worth. Because that's all I know and that's all I'm going to get hired for. Why do you and that's a societal thing. That's another thing that, hi baby Luigi, I think that's another big issue that needs to be tackled in this world is why do we keep thinking so lowly of ourselves? Why do our parents program us for those things? I am not saying every parent said that to everybody. Um, but why do we speak like that? Why do we program our kids that way? You give the kids an opportunity to experience life, and then at the same time, you're like, you're never going to get there unless you do X, Y, and Z. And that's exactly what needs to stop is the process is going to be different for everybody. We've seen it in the world with a few examples where people left in poverty come up with some genius idea and it makes them millionaires. They never had to go to school or get a stupid certificate showing their worth. They just some opportunity opened up. They collapsed the opportunity and someone bought into it and boom, here we are. Right? That's not everybody, but it is possible, right? Hi, Curtis. How are you, sweetheart? That's something that's been running through my brain recently, like what my parents fed to me. And listen, they were beautiful souls. They just were programmed the 3D model, right? Like you have to do this, you have to get that in order to acquire this. But what if we look outside of the paradigm and look at a higher frequency of thinking? Like I'm tinkling with the idea of doing spiritual um work in terms of coaching. Not a therapist, but like someone has a dream they want to unfold. Well, you can come and I can coach you or give you some advice, or you can just talk to me and I can charge a minimal fee for that. Um, I'm tinkering with it because I do want to write up like a plan and like I'm working on a few things in the background, but they're once again, secondary forms of income. Oh yeah, look, this is acrylic. I don't normally I paint in oil. I have a specific style in oil that I paint in. This is one of my best paintings, in my opinion, for myself. I have high standards of myself. Like that blew me away. My own work blew me away. Like that doesn't happen often. But when it does, I appreciate it, right? My parents appreciated my artwork and they saw my talent. That's something that they did feed beautiful encouragement to me. Even as a dancer, very talented until my arthritis kicked in. It wasn't my path. We've been programmed, many of us, not all of us, many of us been programmed that we're not enough, we're not worthy, nothing good is going to come to us, and we have to rely on other people. Relying on other people, like I'm hyper independent, I got this to an extent, but like when I'm not a plumber. I need help, but I can't pay for it, you know. So that's something though that I think that's what's crosshairing me right now with the jobs that I'm applying for. Obviously, I'm applying for something I could keep year round. They need to work with my other job because that full-time job makes a lot more money, even though I have time off and days off, and there's things that I can't stand about it in that regard. I love working with my kids, and that I always want to be doing. But it pays a lot more than the part-time job for $10 an hour. By the time they take the taxes out, what am I getting? $60 for so, you know, I have to find something that matches my frequency. And it's not to put myself below me. I know where I'm at. I'm in straits right now, and I would take about anything that hired me. I'm putting them out there. But for whatever the reason is, source is like, no, it's not for you. Okay, source, so what is for me? Because it needs to happen. Thank you, Bob. But that's something I want all of you to do in your own lives. Like, what were you programmed as? And everybody's going to have a different program because your parents have different backgrounds and they got raised differently, different eras. My parents were from 1946. They were boomers. So their modes of thinking are completely different from me and my era. The caution that I was given, I know at least six people that worked for Amazon, the center in Staten Island. There is like you can't take a bathroom break. If you do driving deliveries, um, in their trucks, you have to have a CDL. I don't have one. If you do the delivery systems and just drive around and drop things off, uh, you're on a clock. Like I was thinking about doing that. But once again, my car, see, it's not me wanting to limit myself. I just know the limits that I am given. My car is not in the best condition. It is 15 years old. It's going to need a lot of work. That's the next thing that needs to get fixed. And that was why I was hoping I could get an equity loan to either fix a car or get another one. It doesn't need to be brand new. It could be a few years old, but I need something that runs nicely, properly, long term. Um, you know, it, I know many of us are on the precipice of entering our divine mission. And our divine mission is here. It's collapsing, meaning it's going to manifest at some point in the next year. That we're all, not just me, all of you are going to enter into a phase where everything is going to be like, what? Like my whole life is upchucking. I know I'm at a transformational point in my life. I know this for a fact. It's just what is on the other end, I can't see, and they're not telling me what's there. I have to have faith. And I do have faith. If I didn't have faith, you wouldn't be seeing me today. I mean, Curtis, let me just tell you what, like I have a massive plumbing issue in my house that happened yesterday, and it's like worse today. And I I don't start work until the middle of August. So I am not getting paid anything. I can't get unemployment. I can't get food stamps. I've tried. I've been applying to all kinds of part-time jobs and not getting the responses or getting told, no, you're not a good fit. Sorry. Um, my lettuce is flourishing in my garden. I can pick probably by next week I can start getting that. My elderberry tree is starting to berry, and I think my raspberry bush is starting to berry. I'm excited. Sage is going crazy, and I might have two other plants, but I don't know what's going to come up because I forgot what I planted there. The signs got blown away. Last year my cucumbers and my tomatoes did shit. Okay, just checking. Schumann residence. We're still purging. When I say purging, the red means we're purging. Yeah, you get to see my gut. We're still at 7.86 frequency hertz. The electromagnetic background. Yeah. That's massive. That's massive. That's the geophone E field. Huge. So if you're not feeling downloads and uploads, you're purging. I'm purging. Yesterday was me screaming my face off. But another thing, I need glasses too. This is from the soul language. I'm going to jump around here. But in the biblical story of man on this planet, one of the early symbolic pictures represents all mankind as being of one speech, gathered into one place, and as saying, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven. and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered upon the face of the whole earth. The story's an allegory, and at the same time, at one point, telepathy was our language. Feeling, frequency, vibration was our language. We're purging what no longer serves us in our bodies and I guess in our exterior outside of us. The earth is shifting. The earth is doing a lot right now, whether it's man-made manipulation or it isn't. It's natural, whatever. It's divinely orchestrated for a reason. Whether you want, oh, it's the evil people. Okay, but they're still source. That's a truth. You don't have to like it. I don't like it, but it is what it is. But there's a lot of purging going on right now. The reason for a lot of that purge is because if we do have telepathy, do you have unpure, clean thoughts in your head? Like your judgments? Everybody has a skeleton in their closet. Most people have skeletons in their closet. They have secrets. We all have secrets. We don't tell, I mean, at least for me, like I'm a very big open book. I don't mind sharing my life, but there are things that I don't tell everybody all the time. Like I went not to just one bank, I went to a few banks. I went to look for personal loans. Like I've been doing a lot, right, to try to fix my circumstances besides applying for jobs and looking at different things, right? But I'm not really putting that out there. It's not that I'm not doing it. I'm just not saying it. But if you're a telepathic, you would already know because you're reading my thoughts. You're reading the field. And that's the thing. Our language is so watered down. And I mean, I guess there has to be somebody out there who's done this I have to investigate. Like the frequency of language. What languages hold higher frequency to and I'm sure English is all the way on the bottom. I can tell you that. But I'm sure that languages have different frequencies and different tones. And if we had telepathy before we purge our old selves, we're not walking in righteousness. We had to go through experiences. So I'm the devil in someone's story. There are people that hate me, don't like me. Um, have fun, Scott. We can't hold judgment on ourselves and let alone someone else if we're telepathic. They're going to have their thoughts, they're going to have their feelings, their opinions. And yes, it might not be the best, it might not be something for you, but if it's in the field, you're going to read it. Now it's up to you to not judge it and say, well, that's where they're at and this is how they think, and I'm just going to let that go. But a lot of people can't do that because many people take things so personal. They think they're getting attacked, and then there's this disruption in the frequency field. Um, that that's what's going on. So if we're in our new selves, like I'm right now in the chrysalis stage, I'm this soup of I already did the caterpillar and now I'm transforming, but I still have more of the process to go to build myself up into the butterfly. I have not emerged yet. I got to purge all the negativity out of me. that would harm other people in my field if I were to express my true thoughts. So we're becoming righteous, we're becoming pure once you understand what you are on a frequency level. A soul, what's in you, besides your soul, is just a vehicle. Stop being afraid of it, and med beds aren't going to cure your situations. You know, someone can fix my teeth, and they did, and it's still shit. We still have a physical body to deal with. Uh, no, not me. And I actually don't mind ketchup. You know, my challenge is dealing with the 3D outside of myself problems like my house. It's an outside of me problem, right? I don't have control over my plumbing as to the extent of, okay, like I can get things fixed, but even when you get things fixed, things can still break. And that's anything in the world, anything outside of you that you don't really have too much control over. It's how you react to it. And I'm still fine tuning that reactionary point. Like sitting and cleaning up for 4 hours yesterday, water, I'm like, oh, I'm back at this again. But like, then it compounds itself. And I know that old self would have thrown a fit and thrown stuff and been destructive. I have put holes in walls. I have broken doors. I used to be very violent, and now I'm not. So I've improved a lot. I'm proud of myself. But is my reactionary a mastery? No. And that's why we can't skip to 5. We have to go through 4. There's no skipping. 4 is where we're really going to do more of the shedding and understanding the unity consciousness. But you can't go straight to telepathy and telekinesis without understanding you have to have a pure field. Your frequency has to be pure. It has to have the better will of intention because you can manipulate anything around you at that point. Yeah. Um, I'm trying to find the part that like blew my mind. So I mean, here's one of the things that I read on the TikTok. The desire for personal recognition springs not from mere vanity, as it would seem at first sight, although it often reinforces and encourages it, but from a vague realization of the soul, essential divinity, and necessity of the human personality to reach up to and become worthy of recognition by and ultimately become one with the soul, the spiritual or higher self. That's what I'm talking about when I say I know what I am as an archangel. I know what I am as a soul, as an oversoul. I know the things that inhabit this vehicle for experience. Each one of you have a different component of things because you're all different. You might resonate more with an etherical, celestial, rishi, Daihan Kohan, an ascended master, for instance. You might recognize yourself as an angel. But are you embodying it? Are you walking it? Are you walking righteously? Are you doing righteous works? Are you doing good works? That's in the Bible. But it's also in many other facets of other religions. Are you walking your talk? Or are you just saying it? Do you really feel it? I know what I feel. And many of us are on that precipice of walking in what our soul is, not what this body and our personality wants. Yes, I want my plumbing fixed. That's the personality. That's the ego. I want this fixed so I can have my human needs met. The angelic self is like, oh, you gotta wait. It's going to collapse. But there's more to it. There's more. This tendency was acquired even before he put on coats of skin, our vehicle, and incarnated in a body of flesh when he was still an etherical being, because we all were at one point, long before he was born on earth. In fact, his ability to recognize and manifest his oneness with the divine while still incarnated in flesh, this is the lowest physical world, was one of the greatest lessons he had come to this planet to learn. Therefore, having passed through certain etherical and spiritual stages of evolution on other planets, hi, star seeds, the Lord or divine law decreed that he must learn the lesson of unity in duality. Unity in duality, both in incarnating in separate sexes and by learning to differentiate the human and the divine in himself and give perfect service to both. That is a profound statement. That, in the crux of it all, is the attainment that we all need to reach. Unity in duality, that's divine neutrality. And that neutrality is mistaken by saying, well, you're not going to act on either or. That's not what it means. It means you see the larger picture and you're going to move based on that bigger picture, what you prefer. What paradigm do you prefer? And you're going to move in that direction. It's not that you're sitting null and void, sitting in the middle going, oh, I'm going to wait to see which side wins. No, it's going, okay, what aligns with my thinking? What aligns with my self? I'm going to move in that direction. But I have to see the big picture in order to make that decision. I'm just not going to sit and let television dictate to me, or posts and drops dictate to me what my reality is going to be. That's forever fluid in the ether. Sure, in the many worlds interpretation, a lot of this is already playing out in other selves, in our parallel lives, in other frequencies and dimensional spaces. Sure, but you can always change to a degree what you want collapsed in this reality right now. We have to look at the reasons why Nicera and Jacera has not dropped. and the banking system hasn't collapsed, and we're still waiting on certain components of the world to figure things out. Why hasn't it happened yet? Well, because you're not in neutral when it comes to the dualistic ends of everything here. If the scales here in the negative are weighed where more people want the financial stuff to drop for selfish negative gain, it's not manifesting for humanity. And it's not to mean you can't take care of yourself and have your needs met. That's not what I'm saying. There are people out there that would use that money to harm and have power over others. Why it hasn't collapsed yet. Where if everybody started thinking, well, if I can be content, what can I do to help uplift humanity? It might drop quicker. But then that's where the telepathy part adds up. Someone could surface level say that to you, but what are they really feeling inside of themselves? You know, there's a lot of people out in this world that have a lot of financial backing that could do a lot of good for this world. But you've noticed they have their hands out and they're not giving back to society what they have gained. And if they are, you're not hearing about it, because I'm sure not. I am not reading the chat with the food because I did eat today. I had cantaloupe. That made me happy. Right, Ash Maya. But is that Nasera Jacera, or is that you working and it's just like, oh, our system is just going to be more speedier, right? We have to look at the whys in either direction. If this is telling us that we have to balance out, and this is where my problems have come in. I live more up there in spirit land than I do in my body. I'm multidimensional and I understand that. I have to focus more on this body. I get it. I'm not afraid of death. I'm like a Viking. Till Valhalla, I'm not afraid. Um, but your spiritual self and your divinity self needs to merge, collapse, and merge and be neutral. We got to do it through duality. Yeah. But if we want to know why certain things are being held up, it's not the real reasons why they're telling you. And in being other people channeling and getting their information from 1,000 other people, the real reason, in my estimation, and this is just my opinion, believe it or not, take whatever you resonate with, is because there's more people in the world harboring the wrong will of intention for things than for the good. And surface level meaning, I'm going to tell you I want it for good, and I want myself content first, and then I can do all this great work. But then if there's no action into motion to put it through, that work doesn't get done. I'm hoarding the money and I'm not doing anything for humanity. Right. And most of our missions, most of us in this chat, our missions are to uplift humanity in whatever way that looks. Most of the people that would be receiving this beautiful jubilee would be using it for other nefarious reasons. We're still in duality, by the way. Evil is not going away. But when you give it attention, you're feeding it. So I tend not to give it my attention. But you see, Curtis, you shouldn't even, that shouldn't even have to be a possibility. And this is something that, I'm working on a few things on in the background. Like I said, I'm not going to put too much out there, but I want to either do spiritual counseling. Like I'm not a counselor, I'm not a therapist, but like coaching, off to the side to make ends meet somehow, somewhere. But I also am working on something that I can mass produce and put out there. And I'm looking at different publishing. Hay House would be amazing. But once again, I gotta put the work in to make it, and I'm still learning how to go about that process. But what what I can probably say to you, Curtis, is look at different crowdsourcing sites, put your idea out there, don't give it all away. But you might find somebody that likes your idea that will help you grow that business without getting a grant, that could possibly aid you in seeing your dream through. There's so many people that were on that RV topic. Oh, we're going to have humanitarian projects, so you can sign up for one. Well, why the fuck are we waiting for that? I don't think another country, once they're Nisera Jacera, if that ever does drop, if that's ever a thing, do they really want Americans coming and fucking their land up more? And no offense, I don't think any of us would do that. But they have their own people, their own culture. They want to fix their own stuff first. I don't think they want outsiders unless they want it, right? Then it's cool. But we keep infringing on everybody else's shit. We got to fix our own. There is so many communities around here that needs fixing, you know. I would really see if you can get like CrowdStrike or look at different types of forums to see if you can just, put your idea up there and say, I'm looking for somebody to help back me or become a co-partner, or, like I want to see this. Does anybody else have any, ideas? And that's how unity consciousness starts working. I'm not supposed to work alone. We're all supposed to be working together and in the different facets of what we want to do. Whatever our mission to drive is supposed to be is the group of people we're supposed to be working with. That's not talking about your tribe. All of you are in my soul tribe, and like there's a tree trunk that holds the weight. You got your tree roots that extend out, different branches, different networks. Then you have your branches. And sometimes those branches fall, the leaves are going, and those people move away from you. They're only there for a season and then they leave. Yes. Well, Amy, I hope that it's not as bad as my issue. Have fun, Amy. But if we start working with the understanding that the divine law decree that he must learn the lesson of unity in duality, knowing that many of us have been male and female, knowing that we are stopping the cycles of our lineage. That's our other selves, but also the people that have incarnated in and around us. Many of us are the ones stopping the karmic cycles. I'm doing it for two families, not just one, two. We're energetically different. Many of us have been the outcast in our family, the black sheep. We're the ones get laughed at. We're the ones in society that gets looked at differently. And we're different for a reason. We're hidden in many ways. I know I have my half my life. God has protected me from many different things because of what I am. All of you are very similar. Don't think you're not. Many of us have been hidden and kept quiet and tucked away because it wasn't our time and it wasn't safe for us to be out. And if this is negative energy fucking my house up, it probably is. Saging away. I was told that a certain demonic feature was going to shiv into me. His name is Behemoth. Trying to knock me off my path. And if that's what's happening now, you're not succeeding, motherfucker. Hi, deplorable Wendy. Hi, Miss Wendy. Hope you're feeling better. My pinky from school is still wrecked. That shit hurts. Yikes. Okay, more cards. Yay! I like to hear that. He must learn to recognize, give absolute allegiance to, and use the powers of the divine self within him. And also learn that as a man, it is his duty under the direction of his inner guidance to develop all his human faculties and functions and thus perfect his personality instead of starting with the personality and hoping to develop the spiritual self. In other words, he must recognize that he is essentially a spiritual being made in the image of God, endeavoring to manifest through a physical body, and not a God masquerading in the image of man. I love you too, Miss Amy. The dense physical planet is the school ground. Guys, this was written in the early 1900s. In the school ground whereon man must learn primarily to conquer and use constructively both his physical and his God powers, his creative powers of spirit, mind, and body, as well as his physical powers, within the limitations of earth conditions. Only so can he conquer his physical limitations and win his spiritual freedom. For both must be perfected because both are but opposite sides of the shield given him for his salvation. After the dramatic lesson of the Tower of Babel, man should have learned that he cannot climb to heaven and be as gods, knowing good and evil, through physical and mental prowess alone. But the vast majority of mankind have not learned this lesson as yet. In fact, humanity is only beginning to find out through sad experience that all things in all conditions can and should be used for good as God intended, but that even good things can be turned into evil if used to oppose the divine law or for mere self-indulgence and the aggrandizement of the personality. Why certain financial systems have not collapsed and have come to manifest into fruition here. That last part, self-indulgence. And that's not to say to have your needs being met are not self-indulgent, right? If you're buying and fixing up your house so that it can function, if you're buying yourself food, if you're upgrading your vehicle, it's not to say, oh, get yourself that Lamborghini. It's to get something that's going to be worth the investment, that's going to last long. It's not getting yourself a $15 million mansion in the middle of somewhere and sitting in it. It's having your needs met. It's doing the right thing for yourself. But that's what I was trying to say. If we want that to that financial system to collapse, more people have to start thinking humanity's sake and not, oh, well, I want a mansion, I want a Maserati, I want a trip to Dubai, I want to go and have the best of the best and the best, and not help out others and not uplift humanity and not do the good works and the righteous works. Many of us would take that money after we get ourselves back into stability and help our communities, help uplift other people, invest in projects that's going to uplift humanity. There's a whole ton of people out there, surface level, that are going to say, hey, hi, I want to help humanity, and here's how I want to do it. But down inside of their will, no, it's me, 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 and only me, 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 and only me, me, me. Exactly, Ashmaya. And I think everybody on this planet deserves a quality of life that, hey, we still are going to need electricians, welders, plumbers, mason workers. We're still going to need all these people. We're still going to work. People love doing that work. That's why they're in the trades. That's why they love doing what they do. That's why they're out sweating their asses off doing what they do. It's not just for a paycheck. We got to find the things that we love to do that are going to compensate us. And at the same time, it's because we love what we do. I love what I do here. It gives me my highest excitement. Did you see me go, oh, I'm going to cancel my live because I got to go clean that mess in my bathroom? No, I'm here because this is me doing me. I'm happy. Right? But I got to find a collapse, an opportunity that can merge my art and I can make money. that I could work on a team with people, that I could do something. And again, that comes back to the whole fact of I am not going to lower my standards, not because I'm at the lowest point of my rock bottom, but because I know I can do better. Working what a child that just got out of high school is making is a slap in the face to anybody at any age that is past maybe 40. Some people really like working retail. That's what they like to do. It makes them happy. God is placing me where my frequency needs to be. That in Barbara, that's terrible. That's going to be me if the world does not change. Unless I want to work. My grandmother was 84 when she was forced to retire. Forced to retire because she had breast cancer. She had breast cancer and she had to stop working, but she loved her job. She loved going to work. She loved getting dressed up. When I'm walking into Walmart and I'm seeing ladies in their late 60s, they're not happy. They're miserable. You see the people looking at the receipts, they're miserable. The vibration is low. You walk into go be an active observer when you're going to the supermarket, when you're going out to eat, when you're going and walking around. What are you noticing the workers doing? Are they happy? Are they bubbly? Are they faking it because they want a bigger tip? Look at their body language. That's another thing in society that needs to change. If you want people to be happy, you have to give people a working wage. If you are the expenses is so up. Oh, the economy's doing great. Oh no, for the billionaires, it's doing fantastic. What about we the people? Uh, I still can't afford the basic necessities in this world. What is it going to do? What is it going to take from all of us to make the change happen? It can't just be five of us. It needs to be a whole plethora of us that say no more. Done. As much as she probably likes it, she should be home relaxing. Um, I don't have the privilege of retiring. I don't have a retirement. I have a little bit from the Y, I have a little bit from New York City School, the Department of Ed, and I can't withdraw from any of that because I was thinking about that. I can't draw from that because I get taxed. By the time they tax me and deplete my stuff, I'm not seeing anything. It's a big problem. Most people don't have a retirement to fall back on. And then Social Security, you're not making enough to feed yourself. Gas here is 350. I took a picture, 349.9. The guy who gave me the gift card went and did a beautiful favor for me and bought me fruit from Aldi. It was $84 for two pineapples, a box of kiwi, two boxes of strawberries, two containers of blueberries, two containers of raspberries, some hamburger meat. $84. Tell me what's wrong with that picture. It's fruit. Though the war is exactly what we've been hearing, that it's just a movie. Stop feeding it. It's not to say that, yes, some things are definitely happening and some things are not happening. We can't feed into that. Where's that? Where is that meme? If you don't like something, just take away its only power, your attention. Oh, Barbara, I do too. That's why I'm freaking out because without money, income coming in, I have homeowners, car, property tax I have not been able to pay in last fall and now this spring. Can't pay it, can't afford it. So, homeowners insurance, I have property tax, I have car insurance. I have the utilities, gas and electric, and water. I'm sure there's other things I'm missing there. Phone. That alone is my entire paycheck. And I can't pay the property tax. I can't afford it. Food banks, I showed you guys the pictures of what they give here. It is junk. I had to live off of junk in New York and I was 97 pounds. What were you trying to buy, Scott? If you don't mind us asking, excuse me. Delivery? But you see, who's actually getting the money? It's not the driver getting that money. They barely get paid. Like DoorDash and stuff, you can make a $3 tip and that's what you're getting. Some people don't tip. So you just fulfilled an order and got nothing for it. And gas here is expensive. So when people tell me, oh, go do delivery stuff, okay, so half that check is going to gas. I don't want that. I need it in my pocket, not in my gas tank. Make things make sense. Oh, go to Illinois. Okay, so that's $800 a month in travel expenses with tolls and gas. Right? Make things make sense. It's not without the lack of trying or willing to do. I've been there. I've done it. I used to be a dog sit. I did it. I've done a lot of things. I raided trash cans at 3 o'clock in the morning and got recyclables. I've been to the bottom already. I'm here again. Hi, but I can't go and do that here because they don't do that. That is insane. My bill is at 295 for electric and gas, but all year last year it was 396. And that was on the budget. And that's something I didn't have to pay this month because they took too much money and they owed me back. So May and June, I don't think I have to pay because they overdrawn. So make that make sense. Why aren't you, if I'm on a budget, why am I paying a higher price? And then you telling me that it's not here, you don't owe for 2 months. I'd rather just pay you the price that it's supposed to be and have money in my pocket so I can eat. Not overpay you assholes. What are you doing with that money? Viking door dashed. I can't see myself doing that. Some of these houses around here and some of the people that inhabit these houses are way too far. And even though that you're just dropping it to their door, and it's not because I'm scaredy cat. I worked in the South Bronx. Nothing really can scare me. But you know what does? The fact that you need to be strapped here and no. It depends. And certain like here, the in my area, the door dashing is so saturated. The delivery services here are so overly saturated. That's why I looked into it. You have to work at like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and do the pharmacy deliveries to even make anything. And that's a lot. And it's not like here, like Staten Island was only 14 miles and it's a little place. Here, it's huge. I can't put that wear and tear on my car. And my car, like I said, is 15 years old and there's a lot wrong with it. I I can't afford a tow truck. We have Nathaniel. How will people remember you? When have you created that will stand the test of time? Mumal, I don't know how to pronounce this. All things must come to an end. The ending will be a good one. There is virtue in solitude. Wants you to get some alone time today. I had my alone time. You know, if you're living in a small town and it makes sense and your car is up to par, I say do it. Um, I just know having other people's experiences, um, Barbara, I couldn't I was holding when Viking was doing his, I was in the car helping him hold the food and everything. And he hustled, but it doesn't make enough. It's good for a side, like if you're saving up for something and you need an extra couple of $100. But that $100, if you take away how much gas and time you're expending to it, for some people it adds up because some people have kids and they want to do something when the kids are at school. So those are perfect opportunities to make extra side hustle cash, right? But to make that a career, you know, that reminds me, I found good lemons. I have to cut and make some lemon water. Bring your courage to the forefront. You got it under control, even if you don't think so. Right. If you're in a small town and you're doing like delivery services, it's not terrible. I'm in a city, like I'm in a town, but it's really a city-esque. It's called the region. So it's not just my little aspect of the town that they send you to, it's everywhere, and that is huge. Huge. Yeah, absolutely, Curtis. Right. The college kids do order a lot. I Everything it here is go to Gary, and there are good parts of Gary, and there are very scary. I've seen them. I did not believe it. Um, I did believe it because I've driven through there. Uh, but I've driven through nicer parts of Gary, and then I've driven through the dilapidated parts where people still inhabit themselves, and there are no traffic lights, and there's no street lights, and you have to use flashlights to see what house you're going to because sometimes the GPS doesn't work on the phone. You also need a good phone. My phone is 8 years old. Hi, Whiskey. Oh my gosh, there's ice agents all up here. All up here. They're everywhere. But I know they're up here because Gary, I'm 10 minutes away. Hammond, Munster, LaPorte, Gary, they're all up there. Well, here we have it's overly saturated with the deliveries here. And sure, you could choose and pick what you do, but like even Uber and Lyft and stuff, like my car is cringy. In the inside, it needs a lot of work. It's cringy. I can't do Lyft or Uber. And I don't like again, I need to have I don't think you're allowed to have your side piece on you. Um, there's a lot of predators that are going on the internet killing delivery people also, and that is not to be scared or being fearful. It You got to know your area, and I don't know this area still that well. And it's something I'm not comfortable doing. And obviously, if I rather go to the pawn shop and give away stuff I'm not wanting to give away, but I have no choice, that's what I'm going to have to do. Um, unless Source brings me the opportunity and collapse is a better way function for me. Um, I go grocery shopping because I Amazon doesn't do the food delivery thing here. Like you can get certain things from them, but like the groceries they don't do. And I have to shop around for the sales. So what Meyer has on sale one week, Strack and Till will have in another, and then Walmart and sometimes Target. And Target's expensive, but sometimes they have good deals. So I have to go shifting around the different stores to get my items. As of 2023, the population is rounding it up to 40,000 people here. and that's from 2023. It has gone up from that point. I mean, I'm in a really big region, so it's not the easiest. And like I said, with about 50,000 people, they're like any place, accessibility, jobs and stuff are then not easy. It's competitive. And if you need to, like my summer, the part-time job that I need to work around my other job because like I said, the full-time job pays. It just sucks that I'm not salaried. That holds me back in so many capacities. But if I can find a part-time job that's year round that can shift me when I'm off to more hours, great. But I haven't found that spot yet. And then a lot of people are not willing to take on somebody that's middle-aged, that has zero experience in retail. And not that I have zero, I worked in a tattoo shop. I was an apprentice. So I have sold stuff and worked a register and everything, but it's different. The housekeeping, and that's something I would love to do. They need you during the day and they're not paying that much. So I rather take a full-time job that's paying me a better like a better rate than one that is a lot of work, a lot of physical work for $12 an hour. I'm making 17 and I have a raise coming I think when I come back. Have fun, Barbara. I know I did that earlier. I my it started to rain, so I didn't finish like a patch, but I don't really care. It's not a place I walk. Yeah, there's supposed to be some industry stuff, but like you once again, when you don't have experience or you have some experience, but you don't have the paperwork to back it up, like I have the degree, where is the free certificate stuff that Trump was talking about? If I could go to school for free to do the license, the teaching license and get the credentials, it's not like I'm not working for it. Why do I have to pay and take a loan out? And then they like denied me the financial aid anyway. Well, I did my mowing today only because tomorrow we're in a high heat index the next few days in Indiana. We're going to be about 100 with humidity. So I'm like, and I've worked in that weather before in New York. I'm fine there. But like mowing and doing physical activity, yeah, not the best. But once again, this society that we're going to hopefully start creating, like if I have 10 years in a classroom and a degree in art, there should be no obstacles that should be in my way to doing that job. And then I could show competently through experience and through showing a curriculum, like here, I put the work in, I can do the work here. Why do I need to go to school to learn how to do something I already know how to do? Make it make sense because it's all for profit. Right, but grant writing and getting grants is not easy, and they don't give it to everybody. You have to be. I tried getting grants to go to college because I was adopted. No, and they give it to certain facets of society and not all facets of society. Um, a lot of the colleges out here are Catholic, private Catholic schools, and you have to do faith-based courses. Why? If I want to go to school to become a teacher, why do I got to take religion? All for a piece of paper that costs money that most people don't have. It's a loop system that needs to be dropped. I thought by now the educational system would have the free schooling or at least opportunities. Liberty University would be great to no matter what you take, right? It should apply to all 50, whatever, how many states there are now, right? Why isn't that happening? I thought they saved billions of dollars of waste. Well, the people are suffering, and a lot of people can't afford to feed themselves, let alone go and get a loan to go back to school or to get a license or a specialty, technician degree. Like, I know friends that had to go do welding classes and go to welding school. That was about 40 grand. I understand that people need to get paid to show their and get their skills, but that's a lot of money. There should be, hi, Buckshot. I'm glad you're back. There should be opportunities for all people. Like if I wanted to change my career that I've been working in, I would have to go back to school and get another degree or another piece of paper to show that I have validity when 98% of when you're working at a job, what you learned in school is not applied. Please tell me I'm wrong. Besides trade school, like you can go to school to become a teacher, but it doesn't prepare you when you have physical humans in front of you how to teach. You might know the content. Do you know how to actually teach it? Anybody could go to school and learn something, but do you know how to apply it to the real world? Is another. If there is more people out there willing to do the training, you know, and those people can get paid from the government, the Doge money, to help others get into fields. that would better the society and humanity. I would rather that. But everything is for profit. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be profit made, but who is making the profit? It's not the workers making the money, it's the heads. It's the school boards. It's the higher ups. Have fun, Scott. Have fun watering. Well, I'm out of the my consciousness is out of the matrix. I'm trying to collapse heaven to earth so that more of us can be abundant and have prosperity and to gain self-awareness that it doesn't have to be this way. Like I said, I'm not getting jobs for a divinely called reason. This is just my thinking. I'm supposed to be doing something else. I don't know what that something else is. It hasn't come down to me. It hasn't been presented to me yet. I love what I do here. And to me, this is just excess, it's extra income. Would I love this to be my main gig? Absolutely. Right. And I don't think school's a bad thing. Like, look, I loved art school. I learned a whole lot in art school, and that's not even art related. If it wasn't for art school, I would have not understood metaphysics to the degree that I do now. I did not take math in art school. I took metaphysics. I took microbiology. I took amazing courses in college. I have a college degree. You should go to school to learn how to be an electrician. You can die if you don't know how to ground or what to do. You need to be taught. You need to do a school. But I don't believe that having to pay an arm and a leg to go to school is the right answer either. If that's a field that you want to go into, the opportunity should be there equally, keyword there, for everybody to do. Not just because you're some color and race, or you speak this language, or you're in this community, you're the labels. I tried getting into the welding union, and because of my arthritis, I failed the physical. Same thing with the elevator union. I failed the physical because of my arthritis. I'm what's deemed a high risk in trades because of my back can give out, my nervous system I do go numb. I have nerve damage, but I'm not damaged enough to sorry, reading something. I was an apprentice tattooing. So I was an apprentice. I worked a normal job. And then when I got off, I went to the tattoo shop, and how I paid for my apprenticeship was I worked the front end. I did the grunt work. I did the sterilization. I set the guys up. I broke them down. I took care of the clients. I cleaned the bathrooms. I did all of that in turn to learn a skill. Right? I worked as an apprentice in the tattooing world. Some places do and some places don't. It depends on, you have to pass a test on certain things. You do have to have some knowledge of math in other areas. You can't just walk in blindly and say, I want to work. Some stuff is easier than others. Um, but as a plumbing apprentice, if someone asks you for a half-inch wrench and you don't know what a wrench is, that's a problem. You're not being a help. Yes. But starting at the bottom is not a bad thing because you're getting a lot of experience in. But that's only if you're in and around people that are willing to support that. So I want, when I get money in the future, I do need some more tattoos. The cats are wanting that on me. Um, but I haven't found shops around here. I found one that was next to and it looked shady, seedy. There's a few, but not, they all look like, I'm not trying to judge, but I have to go into a place in order to sit there and get pain because tattoos are not a breeze. For some things they are, but the stuff that I want is gonna hurt. And I don't want to express my pain, even though I'm probably gonna be happy with the end result, in a low vibratory state. Um, you know, yeah, I listen, I that was in the early 2000s, working in tattoo shops was my world. My world. I did tattoo conventions. I did a lot, and I know a lot of people in the industry. And I've been to a lot of different shops in New York just to visit and, hey, what's up? Like, I remember you at the conference and this and that. And let's just say some places are not as clean as others. Some places, people are doing the boogie shoogie and and not to say that I don't care if they're that, but if they're out, like, no, I don't want you touching me. Yeah. But even like military stuff, like there's certain things that I couldn't do because of my physical limitations, you know. I'm 42. That's another big problem. A lot of industries want younger people. I'm at the middle age bracket. Yeah. The guys that were working across the street, they all had to be in their mid 30s. I didn't see one youngster on the job doing the only people I did see were on the scabby side and they spoke Spanish and that was their first language. They didn't speak English. No habla inglés. And they were digging the holes. But the actual work, all older men. I'm 42. Baby Luigi's a baby, and I'm right underneath that. I, I failed the physicals. It's not that I couldn't get into a trade school. They didn't want to risk me getting hurt on the job because my body doesn't work right. Right. And that still applies to this day, even though I'm not in pain and I'm not on medication. At any moment's notice, I can go outside and push the lawnmower the wrong way, and I'm on the floor. Oops. Oh, my back gave out. You can't do that with welding equipment, you know. Well, I'm glad that there's a bunch of 40-year-olds in the group. That makes me not feel so old anymore. Because I was getting worried about the age bracket, you know. And also for me to take into consideration, I work with children all day that are autistic, that are very hands-on. Like I had to lift a kid, like literally lift a kid off of furniture because they're climbing. I have to lift the kids up onto a changing table, and they're not light. They're Even though they're in pre-K, some of them are heavy. I'm doing heavy lifting all day. Now I have to think, what kind of part-time job is my body going to hold up to do? That's why passive income is like the only thing I could think of. Like, this is passive income for me. It's not a lot, until I get more subscribers and more memberships. Like, this is just maybe half of a bill. Um, but if I can get other ways of getting passive income and more streams of income, I won't have to be so, and selling artwork is the same thing. It waxes and weans. I can't force anybody to buy my stuff. Oh, that's awesome. I'm an ancient soul. Too many incarnations. That's the thing. Like I already know I took care of my parents and I worked a job. I know how draining and how hard it was on my body. And I have to now at this stage of my life, what do I want for myself in 10 years? Do I want to have to keep working these like little jobs that aren't making me enough money that I have to stand and hurt myself to endure all of that just to make ends meet to pay the bills? Or can I look for other ways to make that money and not have to kill my body for it? That these are the things that I want everybody to start thinking about when we're looking at how to make a new earth happen. If we look at how we want new earth to look, we don't want this old paradigm. We're getting rid of it. Why should we accept less and endure more than it's worth? If we're wanting a new way of living and a new way of doing life, we got to scrap what we are always familiar going back to. Oh, you can always get a job at the restaurant. You can always do this. You can always do that. Okay, it doesn't pay, and then I'm killing my body on top of that. 8 days, legit. And Miss Wendy, happy birthday. But I'm serious. We want different, but are we willing to think differently? Are we thinking on third dimensional terms, or are we thinking abstractly on four dimensional terms? I think that's where a lot of my own issues are coming into, also looking for work. It's not because those jobs are not worthy of having, but is it the old way or the new way that we want to forge forward? That's something to think about. If we want a new paradigm to collapse, we have to create it. And how do we create it if we keep going back to the old paradigm? What in your industry do you want looking better? If you put an apprenticeship program at your work, you still have to pick, you only have a certain amount of slots, so you have to have a process of who you want to pick and who's the best candidate for that apprenticeship. Um, and sometimes giving someone a chance will succeed levels that you have no idea. Oh my God. You guys are funny. Man has to learn through repeated failures that his human body and his mental faculties are not all powerful or even completely satisfying, that they are but of the earthy, capable of both good and evil according to their use. It is his inner or spiritual self that is the Lord from heaven, one with the everlasting Father. It is through the power of the spiritual self or image of God that he must learn to rule the personality and all its thoughts, desires, and acts, and thus conquer this world of materiality. Here's a problem. 735, like when I first started working, minimum wage was 675. And by the time I got my paycheck, it was gone to taxes. Bye. So I was literally working to pay the state. And going and working in a restaurant in this area, you really think people are tipping that nicely? And then your tip has to go not only towards what you did, but the chefs, the bussers, the dishwashers, and the hostess. So you're splitting your tips. And even at some of these jobs, you need a piece of paper to say that you can handle food. So you have to pay for a course and go pay for a piece of paper to make sure you know how to handle food. Oh, deplorable. My birthday is April 16th. My parents' wedding anniversary was April 15th. Sucked. For he must learn to find in this world all the physical helps needed for his evolution and perfect manifestation here on earth. Just as he must find the spiritual helps in the higher realms. I think this is why upstairs is being so quiet with me. Exactly what I just read. I can rely more on upstairs than I can rely on the physicality of people down here. I'm not talking about you guys helping me. It's physical help. It's like getting someone to come here to help me with a machine to clear out a pipe is going to be a headache. I should have help, and I don't. And it's not because I haven't asked. I put out a call to Viking. He has still yet to respond to the other messages. That's where I really honestly think that I'm being asked to turn to, hey, I need help physically. Like I'm usually the one doing all the physical stuff myself, but certain things you can't do. So if you can't pay for it, you have to do it yourself. That's the thing. We're supposed to be asking for help. A lot of rents, depending on the area here, are about the same. And if you go into the shadier parts of Gary, it's cheaper. But then you're messing with your life. Yeah. I learned that the hard way in New York. I put my pride down and I asked for help. And that's the only thing I can do is ask. It doesn't mean I'm receiving it, but I relinquish that pride for not asking. At least if I ask, it's out there. If it's not asked, it's not going to get anywhere, right? So I put it out here. I need help. Maybe someone might come along and help me. That's the way the world is not working for many of us, and many of us have to start being inventive. If the world isn't going to change, we have to change the world. How do we go about doing that? Oh my goodness, Ashmaya. That's the biggest conundrum. And yes, Curtis, we do have to clan up. And it comes down to really localities. Yeah, in big ways, like in New York, when this happened and I lost everything then, I wasn't looking for handouts. I was looking to work. I was like, "Hi people, like could I be a moderator? Could you pay me to moderate your stuff? Do you want me to email for you? Do you want me to do emailing lists? Like I could do that stuff. I can help you put your podcast on. I don't mind doing that stuff. I need money. I there was no way I can I obviously took care of my parents, but if I the thing it's circumstances were different. There would have been no way back then I could move out and live on my own. I would have needed to split an apartment with somebody. And it's only harder when you're by yourself and you're the only income. That's my problem. I'm my only income. And just to take a random stranger off the street and charge for a room that you have to share everything. And then I still have to fix the plumbing and stuff in the house because you can't wash your clothes or take a shower at the moment. You know, I would have been screwed. We have nest, clarity, generosity, sharing, support, uncover, nostalgia, sentimentality, memory. Warrior, inner strength, clarity, focus, receptivity, presence. I've been to Scottsdale. Um, it's a right to work state. As much as I'm cleaning up my look, acting as if, hmm, prudence, self-assurance, honesty, integrity, perceptiveness, clear-mindedness. (1919) transformation. It is asked that you take notice that you hold within your hands the power to change your life. Within this realization, you will feel your sense of purpose and your connection to new beginnings. My middle finger goes up. I release what I no longer need to carry, and I open myself to the transformative energy of the divine. Well, yeah, if the housing prices can go back to 1960, at least 60, and the price of groceries, gas, electric can go down to those prices back then, and we can have stable income and prosperity, more people would be thriving. Happy solstice. 444. Protection. This is your time to take confidence in all that you pursue. The divine universe is working through you and protecting you. Like I said, working through me. They're working through you too. Time has come to allow all the doors of opportunity to welcome you with open arms. Now would be great. I feel the loving care of the divine protecting me. I allow myself to pursue growth and opportunity. 333, potential. Your chance to reach your highest of potentials is here. Perseverance has gotten you to where you are. You have been through so much, and this guidance is here to show you that you are ready. You are exactly where you need to be. Affirmation, my potential is infinite. I use my strength as my ally to pursue my highest good. It's still kind of light around here, but it is getting dark. 1212, duality. Within you are shadows of dark and beams of light. The divine is reminding you to embrace the duality that is your individual spark. The spark is being ignited and ready to illuminate the path ahead. I fully embrace who I am and allow change where it is needed. I trust the duality within me. Yes, affirm. Guys, I'll be right back. Um, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Right, yeah. I'm back. Freya is hiding. I'm back. I thought I heard a knock at my door. Spirit, probably. Anybody seeing anything behind me? Let me know. I have no room on my desk, by the way. I love fries. But I haven't really eaten junk. Not that it's junk in a bit. Don't know where Freya is hiding. She's usually on the guest bedroom bed. She's not there. She's probably under the bed. Oh, we got a twofer and we're gonna keep it. Hi, Ivy. No, Ivy. I have a huge mess to clean up again in my bathroom, and it's with chemical stuff that I don't know how to even go about cleaning. The tree root stuff. Here for all of you that are now incoming. Hang on, let me minimize my Curtis books. Bring up this. Um, so I treated my bathroom this morning with the tree root pellets, and that's currently my situation. So all of that is treatment for the tree roots. And all of that granule stuff is all over the tiles with some water. You can see it. So that's what I'm dealing with. Yep. So basically, that wasn't the flood I had yesterday, at all. Um, I don't thankfully have weeping willows, but that's the mess that's going on in my bathroom. That happened 5 minutes before I got on here. Um, it was fine all day, and I wasn't using much of my water. It asks you, when you put the granules into the toilet, you're supposed to flush it a few times. I've been down here I was mowing, so I have a whole stand with all the batteries and stuff that I use. Um, I checked and everything was fine, and then here it is. So I don't even know how to clean that up. I have a dry vac, a wet vac to get the stuff off the floor, but I don't know how to dispose of it. Yeah, I have to put on specialized stuff, and it told you not to put it in the drains because it can harm the drains. So it came up through the drains. Hmm. So I have to undo that outside thing and see what goes on there. But I need to get that machine rented, and I have to be at the mercy of somebody that has a truck or a car that can get that. City. But if it's on your property, it's your problem. If that tree root stuff came off, Ash Maya, I mean, if I could put it in the outside, I don't know if I want to put that with that acid stuff inside. I don't know. And I have to find bicarbonate of soda. Yep. So it's on me. I have to see um in the morning if I can't undo the cap and find somebody to help me get that cap off, I'm gonna have to call um the water company. Yeah, I have I believe I do have baking soda. I believe I do. But I don't know if putting it any more in my pipes is gonna help. I had to give a lot of my tools, so I had to sell a lot of my tools. Let me rephrase that when I moved. So I don't have everything. I am hoping that I have something big enough to get that big cap off and look to see what's going on down there. Yeah, I have to get a heavy machinery that I don't have a truck for. So I have to find someone with a truck. I have to have my credit card cleared to get the rental. Yeah, so the cap that I need to get off from outside is the white one. So I need something big. Chicken! Buck, buck, buck. Hang on, Bucksters. Oh no, it went back. Because I need I don't think my car is gonna hold maybe, I don't know, the machine. Yep. So Curtis, I'm at the point where I don't have any money. I have just enough right now to clear some of the bills that are auto direct out of my account. Otherwise, I have nothing. That's my problem. That's why I took a gift card to buy the pellets and the termite. I have termites as well. I'm thinking that too, Buckshot. That's why I'm just I have to see the dimensions because my car I could fold if it can get into my trunk and I can fold my seats down. But my trunk is I have a Mazda 3, 2010. Uh I know Dina said she would help me. I just don't know what's going on with the transport. Yeah, I do have to look there, but like today, I'm not. See, here's the thing with me. I was already screaming at the universe. Literally, this was my hand yesterday. My finger was like twitching. I was so upset. I didn't want to tackle it. I cleaned it up, obviously. I didn't want to tackle it because if I think on it too much, it just uplifts my nerves. Because there's nothing I can really do, like physically do about it now, right? Um, Now that I'm calmer, I'm going to say, like I said before, I love Jason. No. And not to say he's not willing or would try to help. But um we'll see what happens. But I have asked around. Viking doesn't seem enthused. I asked if he knows anybody with this heavy duty sink. He said no. But then he doesn't press on to say, how can I help you? You're not for me anymore, honey. Alignment, a covenant of mind, body, and spirit. Your soul is your biggest fan. You can fuck you. I'm not your fan, soul. It knows the truth of you and loves you unconditionally. If it did, this would not be happening. To tune in, your mind, body, and spirit must all agree in the now. Oh, it agrees. It's done. Do this by meditating, focusing on your soul name. They won't tell me my soul name. It's frequency. Your soul name. Enjoying something you love or having a nap. It is not up to your soul to zap you into alignment. Its job is to maintain your soul station. So you have a frequency to tune into. The nature of physical life is to create and expand. Sometimes life experiences will pull you out of alignment so you can understand these experiences from a different angle. When you are out of alignment, you will automatically ask questions and want to create something different. Through this process, you gain clarity about your passions. Being out of alignment can feel awful. It is easy to blame a person or a situation when we feel bad. But instead of asking why something is happening, take a breath, return to neutral, and ask, what can you create from the situation? And remember, your soul is a constant loving home you can return to always. No. For maybe many of you, yes. Insight, refine your psychic senses. You are or are about to see further, higher, deeper through space and time. Your psychic skills are expanding and seeing through the lens of your soul. Hone your abilities by reading about or doing a workshop or on intuitive development. We are all psychic. It is a part of who we are, but we have to thrust this ability into the background in favor of other senses. Problems occur when we keep looking at the manifested world for proof of our worth. You could become an intuitive reader if this is something you desire. It could also mean you are learning to trust what you feel, and next steps to take will drop into your mind in the following days. Someone's thinking about me. My nose is very itchy. No, we're purging. We are purging. No blackout. We are in a purge. Let me get to the residents. We had a blackout the other day, Tuesday. And this is now. Can you guys kind of see it? Yeah, my nose has been very itchy, like just one nostril. Buckshot. Buckshot. That looks delicious. I have to make mine. I need some of that right now. I really could use some. Would soothe my throat. Like, I'm shocked I didn't have the cops come to my door because that's how loud I was screaming at myself. I'm sure someone heard me outside. I had to get it out. My energy had to escape somehow. And that was the least of, that was the least destructive. Let's just put it that way. Um, as much as I know my soul loves me, and I know that a lot of this stuff is contracts, I'm done with the tests like this. I'm done. If this is trying to show me who's my friends, I already know this equation very well. Um, I know who's the people that support me. It's those who show up every day and every week and every time I go live and sees my purpose. I know every time I get an email, I know what my purpose is because I have a lot of people that tell me they watch me, and if it wasn't for me, I'm sure other components of their lives as well, they wouldn't be here. Because I'm not alone in my struggle, and I'm not alone in everything collapsing around you. And it's just like about like your attitude and how to figure it out. But you still are human and you still need to vent. And I took the cause of asking for help on Facebook. I said, I can't do this by myself anymore. I need help. I don't know what kind of help. I know what kind. I need physical help. It's not. I'm not looking for handouts. I never have. I want to work for what I do. And that's the sad part. As always, we all. I always pull the same, almost the same angels out of this deck. Gabriel, divine emergence. It's time to be seen. Don't be afraid of your power and gifts. Amethyst, metamorphosis. You're in a vortex of deep transformation. I'm not alone. Surrender to the process that's unfolding. I am. I'm surrendering. At the same time, I need a job that pays. Charity, pillar of service. Serve with a gracious heart and know God is serving you. Serving me a nightmare. How's that? Uriel, learning experience. Time, take time to review, study, and hone your knowledge before proceeding further. Yes. Hang on, guys. It's very interesting when you put it like a Facebook story, who's watching it. Very interesting. Amethyst is one of my favorite stones, period, end of story. I have more amethyst in this house than I probably do clear quartz. And black tourmaline and black kyanite is also my tops. But I have a lot of nice gems and I'm probably going to have to put up for sale. Because that's another part of where I'm at. I mean, it's not like my artwork sells anyway. I used to carry a gem sack full of stones, all different types of stones. Michael and Faith, spiritual calling, divine protection, breakthrough moment. I'm waiting. Michael. Joan of Arc, sacred activist. Do not be afraid. Stand up for your beliefs. Lakshmi and Ganesh, prosperity vibration. You're attracting health, wealth, and happiness. They're your golden gems, buckshot. You guys forgot the one essential. But what do I know? They're golden gems in that sack. Monkey butt. We have the blue beings, light transmission, wounds heal, important information, charging up. Well, there you go, Bob. There you go. Jonah Arc came up, so that's synchronicity right there. Gotta love synchronicity. I got gems in every room of this house. Every room has gems. I got pyrite. I got amethyst. I mean, down here, I have a whole spread. Besides what's in the pyramids. My bedroom down here, gems everywhere. When you walk into my front door, there's gems at the door. I have selenite, I have tourmaline, um, some Merkabas. I have my Merkaba right here. I wear a Merkaba. Um, my TV stand where my television that I don't watch sits, there's gems all across there. Everything I have has gems. I got shungite on top of my computer, little pyramids. I have my rose quartz wand. I have my petrified wood, hematite, and obsidian wand. That's for grounding. I got my amethyst copper wand. That's all right on the desk. Synchronicity is just divine orchestration. Self-worth. Self-worth bestows a sense of confidence, expectation of success, and ability to love. Decide on clear boundaries and limits and firmly decline to let others step all over them or manipulate you. You will earn respect. When you value yourself, you become open and friendly, slow to take offense, and quick to forgive. Remind yourself that you are likable and lovable. Don't let others press your buttons. Stand tall and confident. With true self-worth, you radiate a golden aura which enfolds others and makes them feel good too. Ask your angel to step into your aura and guide you. I am confident and worthwhile. Vulnerability. Only the brave and open-hearted dare to allow themselves to be vulnerable. For it requires courage to take down all walls and expose your humanness. Your angel guidance is to become aware of your defense mechanisms, which keep you separate from others and the divine. Ask your angels to help you dissolve your masks and barriers so that your fragile true self can emerge like a butterfly from its cocoon. The reward is freedom, love, and a sense of inner safety. So dare to be vulnerable and open. Vulnerability is my strength. And that's what I doing on this channel is being vulnerable, is spilling my heart, giving it my all, sharing things that don't make me comfortable. You know who you are. See, when you put your pretty photos out there, you get all kinds of comments. Some are not as refined as others can be. Um, I never had childbirth or kidney stones. I wouldn't know how to compare. But Curtis, you make us laugh. I'm glad you're here, Curtis. Curtis, have you been doing your etch a sketch? Because my Twitter doesn't like to show your stuff. And I'm not on Twitter as much because I try to keep myself away from Duality, the show, the movie, the obscene nonsense that people feed each other on there. But I love to see your artwork. I mean, they should. There's pictures of what kidney stones look like under the microscope. Yeah, I can imagine how painful it is. I'm in love with this deck. It's brash. I like it. How can I be more flexible right now? Buckshot. I knew you were going to do something similar in words. That's great. What are you trying to control? Maybe it's time to let go. Let love move through you today and trust the outcome will be for your highest good. Remind yourself all day long that you are safe, that life is happening for you, and that you are not alone. Then do some yoga. I did some tai Chi this morning. Am I on the right path? Sometimes we second guess what we are doing. We lose trust in the process and question if we are even on the right path at all. Know this. You are on the right path. Keep going, keep believing, keep remembering that you made a soul contract that you are currently fulfilling in every area of your life. Even if you can't see it, that doesn't mean it's not real. Today, search for all the ways you are aligned with your soul's purpose. The signs will appear. Let this newfound trust fuel your next steps. I'm on the right path. Here I am. Did he buy them or was it forced? I don't think he bought them. I think he rented them. There was a rent. What am I looking for outside myself that is already within me? Is a good one. Are you looking for more guidance, confidence, peace, wisdom, love, or something else? When we search outside ourselves, we become overwhelmed, frustrated, and even feel quite good enough. It's time to go inward and to find everything you seek. All the answers you need lie within you. Breathe in the favorite essential oil. Inhale deeply into your belly. Drop your shoulders and spend time hanging out with your soul today. Ask for what you need to be ready for the answers. Am I letting fear stop me? Are you experiencing a mountain of fear right now? Are you stalling, freezing, or giving up? The juicy secret is that you are the boss of fear. You are unstoppable, but it's up to you to see that by taking action. Today, be brave and do it scared. Choose one fear and move through it. You are in need of a hero, so that is who you become. You guys crack me up. Hate when that happens. The box don't hold cards properly. Until you hit into something to stop the momentum of your brakes when going out. I felt something try to hold my hand. How about a tree? Bushes. We have Adriana. If I could see this, I am leading you toward the answer you're to. Holy crap. See, you can't even see it there. I am leading you toward the answer to your prayers. Please listen to and follow the steps. I am communicating through your intuition, thoughts, and dreams. I didn't sleep last night, so I didn't have any dreams. Caressa, you are at the end of a cycle in your life. Call upon your angels to comfort you and to guide you to your next step. Happiness awaits you now. Yeah, once my plumbing is fixed. Athena, it is safe for you to be powerful. You know how to be powerful in a loving way with that benefits others as well as yourself. Chantal, new romance is imminent. either with a newcomer or through reignited passion in your existing relationship. Be open to giving and receiving love. Like I said, the Masons were outside doing some road work, and I was out there happily in my yoga pants and my tank top mowing. I don't have my 20-year-old body self, but I don't think I'm that bad. I'm a little out of shape. I need to tone my tummy and get my arm muscles back. But I was putting myself out there today. Hi. Yeah, I like that deck too. Now the animals. As we see, I am shuffling. So for those channel members out there, when I'm doing the channel member only oracle readings, like I'm pre-shuffling so that it's not a 5-hour video. Because it takes me about an hour to two to pull. Yes, something is touching my finger. Hi, angels. Yes, I have calmed down. I'm not angry at you. I'm just angry at my situation. You guys know I'm a part of you. I can't be upset. I'm just done. Nightingale spirit, love is all around. You see, my problem is not so much like I'm not physically active. A lot of what's going on in my midsection, my belly, is hormones. And I am allergic to my own progesterone. So a lot of stuff that would work to help is actually something that would actually be not good for me. Barbara, do I have you on Bingo Blitz? I play that too. I actually got a suitcase from them for my birthday and a Christmas calendar thingy. Like the advent calendars, you can get stuff from it. Like that's how involved I am once in a while. Like that's my vice. If you want to know, I play video. I used to play World of Warcraft for 14 years. Um, like when I wake up and I after I meditate and everything, and I as I'm drinking my coffee, that's like something I do to just relax is play Bingo Blitz. I love bingo. Last night I couldn't sleep because of my nerves. Like I calmed down. Um, I calmed myself down to the extent that I could do a Curtis book reading. Well, I went upstairs and I was with Freya. I don't even know where she is right now. Like it's freaking me out. Um, and I just, what can I do to help my situation? What can I do to help my situation? I tried meditating, it did not work. And then I was just cleaning the house. I am VIP. I haven't been able to I don't play like I used to. Um, I don't, but I do like one or two games a day, maybe, if that, or I just collect my food points. Um, yeah, I like Mahjong. Like I love Xbox and everything, and I love COD, but it costs money to upkeep that. Yeah, I like solitaire. Like I like things that keep my brain like occupied, but I'm like, when I'm listening to a lot of the videos that I listen to, I'm playing a game because I need my mind doing something also. Like I can't just listen to something. But I need to focus. So playing games kind of like puts me in a good state. I wish I can afford to buy credits. Um, Seahorse Spirit, watch and wait. I don't know if I want to watch and wait anymore. Swan Spirit, time for a deep dive. Yeah, I'm deep diving into my purpose. Sandpiper Spirit, be playful. I want to say I might be the same. When they first introduced it, I joined it. Dragonfly Spirit, truth transcends illusion. You know what I also just remembered? My Saturn is in my return. And a lot of things are conjunct and squared in my planetary alignments. I I I like to have my brain, I like puzzles and I like zoning out once in a while to the mundane stuff. It's how it's my process of how I absorb the videos that I watch. The chosen one videos, the dark chosen one videos. And even sometimes I listen to the tarot cards and the oracle card readings. I do go for walks. I literally been cleaning my house step by step. When I say clean, I mean deep cleaning, like windows and outside, inside. I'm doing a lot, so I'm moving my energy, and I go out if in the morning when it's not raining and do some Tai Chi. So I am moving. But there's no sidewalks around here to do walks, by the way. I don't like the new word game stuff. No, I don't know who you are. You know what I do notice though? Side. A lot of my stuff is not being seen, and then it gets seen by everybody all at once, and then I'm getting bombarded by a million and like ding 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 ding. Um, Yeah, sorry guys. I'm like, I know you can't hear the ding 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 dings. I just got a million dings. It went ding ding ding. I got my trees in the back. That's why I take pictures with the trees behind me because I love my trees. I have a good relationship with them. They just need to stop infringing on the pipes and we'll be happy as campers. That's another reason why I like being out here. It's gorgeous out here. Like the natural nature setting. Blackout distractions. Your life purpose and other priorities need your undivided attention. So it's time for you to take charge of your schedule and working environment by turning off electronics and avoiding anyone or anything that distracts you from what's important. You already know what these distractions are and have the power to responsibly block them out. I don't have distractions. You know what's distractions? The plumbing. I hope to get fixed. Successful funding. Your idea is divinely guided and supported by the same infinite wisdom of God that gave you the idea. Curtis, do not allow money concerns to prevent you from turning it into reality. Crowdfunding, partnerships, and other investments are available to help you. Curtis, there's your card. God is your source. Everything you need is supplied by the infinite source of God, and your faith opens the doorway to receive. In God, there is no lack or limitation. Rather, there is plenty of abundance for all to share. I don't know how that manifests in the 3D, though, just to be squarely honest. Just being a little honest and human. Interesting. I must have something negative though around here that's doing this stuff. Um, but I have spirit touching. The ligament in this pinky is jacked up. Woo! But I'm tingly. I'm still dinging. What goes on? Anybody know? We have curiosity. The frequency of curiosity supports our intrinsic inquisitive nature, which is the necessary driving force behind any growth and evolution. I don't live far from the demonic house. I mean, I live far enough, but that you can only imagine. Multidimensionality. The frequency of multidimensionality activates our awareness of our true essence, which is eternal and multidimensional. Transparency. The energy of transparency supports our expansion toward a higher vibrational state of being with more insight, honesty, and clarity. Yes. Chicken buck buck, move over there. What do you need to release? Waning moon. A win-win outcome is in the forecast. I hope so. Full moon in Libra. The energy is gaining momentum. Waxing moon. Your commitment is being tested. First quarter moon. Interesting. With these noises, I'll be right back, guys. I heard something upstairs. I don't like the noise I heard. I'm back. It was Freya. Freya knocked something down in her cat room. Nothing crazy, but I heard a big gotta love cats. Like, what is that? Yeah, so sorry guys. She's awake and playing. She's hyper. But normally she does zoomies, like I can hear the of her feet. Like she's in the cat room, which is right above here, and like horrible. Love her, but my goodness, she's crazy. She's a baby. Well, not anymore. She's 3. I don't know that what how hat age number. Have the courage to be free. Know that freedom begins where desire ends. Yeah, that's true, but she wakes me up at 5, sometimes 4:30. When her little belly alarm goes off, it's no holds barred with that cat. Um, she will jump on me and paw my face, and sometimes those paws have claws of death mittens. Like she'll scratch, she gets my nose. Like, what are you doing? A wonderful surprise is coming. Everything entirely new awaits you. Morgan Cat lived until 19. She had kidney failure, but she lived a whole year with it. I kept her alive as best as I possibly could. Um, if anybody wants to know where my money went, from selling my house and moving here, and yeah, cat deaths, 3 of them, taking care of them. Morgan stuff was expensive. Release your inner rebel. Be yourself and create your own universe. The lotus within you awakes. You are a master in light on high. See, I told you all. Um, my first cat, Taffy, he lived till 13. Ethan Cat lived until 13. Morgan, 19, and Odin was only 3. Freya has done that to my feet. Whew! I love her. She's the light of my life, but my goodness, those claws. Morgan was clawed, but her claws didn't come out. She never used them really. Ethan Cat had to be the clawed in the front because he had an abnormality and he got his claws stuck multiple times into things and he almost bled out to death. So we had to make the painful decision to do that for him. That was to keep him alive and not get hurt. Odin had FIP and some other issues that he told during that psychic interview with pet psychic with Tara. Because that still mm, hits home. Like Ethan had a grand mal seizure and never recovered. He had a brain tumor or a stroke. And there was no, he had to be put out. I'm sure he had a brain tumor. That's awesome. Um, when I can afford to have another cat, I would love to take in another one. And of course, I'm trying to get little Thor caught. He looked at me today. He's like, "What, bitch? Feed me." And I'm going to go off on my merry way. See, there he is. And I wish I would have got him off. He's like, "Oh, you're spying on me?" But he don't want to be inside. Well, he wants to be inside to get Freya. Yeah, he disappears for a day or two and then he comes back. But his eyes are concerning me because like he looked at me today and he didn't have the third eye coming out, the covering. And then every time I look at him in the video, his covering comes up. I don't know what that is. I put colloidal silver in his food. I have pet friendly. Self-awareness is key. Take time today to go within and spend time with your soul. Second time this says that. Go for a walk in nature and ground yourself. Oh, I grounded myself in mowing. Meditate. I did that too. Listen to your favorite music. Whatever you enjoy most, do that today. Oh, the only thing that keeps me happy is that our pets choose us. Like we chose our parents, we chose our incarnation. Animals choose us. And Odin, for whatever the reason was, he's now my guide. He chose me to take care of Freya. And they all who are self-identifying animals, animals that can self-identify, meaning they look in the mirror, they're not jumping, they're not scratching at themselves. They know their name, they have personality, they know what you're saying. Those animals are being the next humans. So they're moving on up in the ladder, if that makes sense. Because we were all once animals too, and we still are. Yeah. So Odin orchestrated all of that. I'm sure my parents did too, so that Freya is in turn protecting my energy and I'm protecting her and helping her. Interested in what? Hello, brain. Instead of pushing yourself so hard, stop, breathe, and reevaluate. You're doing enough, even if it doesn't feel like it. Don't wear yourself out to the point of exhaustion. It is not worth it. Balance your time more wisely. I love that name. I had a student named that. If you pay close attention, you will notice all the doors that once closed are opening up, just in a different form. Things may not appear exactly as you had envisioned. Actually, if anybody has watched the Stranger Things, I don't know what season, but one of the stars or co-stars in that show, her daughter went to my school in New York, and that was her name. Good fun facts. finger is going to be. I love doggies, but they're not practical in my life because not that I don't want the exercise, but I love pitties. They're one of my favorites. Um, they're not high maintenance, but they can be, depending on the breed. Um, like Freya is an independent little sassy butt who cuddles with me, needs her own space, lets me pet her belly and give her all the lovings. But then she goes off and does her own thing, and I clean her litter box and give her water and food. She's self-sufficient. I play with her every day, for a little bit. I make sure she gets some exercise. She gets zoomies, and I leave her. She has a whole room to play in. That's why I ran upstairs because I heard something big bang dropping. I have a dust buster in there that she dropped. That's why I heard the bang. I'm like, did someone break in? Do I need my pew pew? There is no way I'm pronouncing this name. So you'll just read it when I show it to you. Accept and send healing. You are a being of the universe. Yeah, figure that one out. Kittens are a lot of work. They're adorable. But why I adopted Odin and Freya, and Odin was 3, Freya was 2 when I received them last year in August. It's because they're calmer. Not that they're calm in terms of they're just more chilled out. I don't know why it's harder for us to lose animals than it is for other humans. Um, I wish I knew you back then, Curtis. I had a whole nest of them in my ceiling. I have it on my shorts. Uh a few weeks, is it weeks already? Uh Maybe last week or the week before. I had a mama raccoon with 2 babies I filmed. Archangel Garcia. Create a solid spiritual foundation. Be in service of the planet. Captain Planet. Oh, look how perfect. It's the solstice. Stonehenge. And synchronicities. I read that on the Blavatsky readings. Was it the Blavatsky? Yes. If it wasn't for allergy shots, I would have never been able to have animals. I was so allergic to cats, beyond allergic, like hive welted out. I'm so allergic to earth, it's not even a joke. And I took allergy shots for 10 years, and my mom was like, no animals in this house. If I'm off my shots, you promised me we're getting a pet. And my mom is like, yeah, sure. She never thought I would be off the shots. And then she fell in love with the animals. Um, the raccoons, I only get upset with them because they eat little Thor's food. So now I have to keep taking in and out his food. Um, the water dish every morning when I wake up and feed Freya, I go downstairs and put fresh water out. But like if they're still around, they will wash their hands in the water and then the water is all gross. So it's annoying. But I get it. They're animals. They don't know. I had baby possums. I love possums. They're ugly, but they eat the ticks. They can live in my backyard all day. Archangel Jophiel, act with wisdom. Use information for the highest good. And I think that's something that we all need to remember. 1984 is a real thing. This is upstairs now. Is the information that is being in the ether, being dictated out in the world, is it being used for its highest good, or is it being used to get you nervous, to get you upset, to give you and feed you an emotion? Make sure the things that you are taking in is invoking your highest good. It's why a lot of us have merged away from the hate, the shame, the blame, the fear, the projection. I'm sick and tired of hearing people say it's going to happen next week. It's going to happen because it's 17 alignment. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Oh no, the banks are, it's any day now, any day now, any day now. And we're on this same repetitive cycle for the last 10 years, give or take, give or take. So when things are put out in the ether, a lot of us are being called to really take a look at what's being projected at us. Is it for your highest good? Is it something that you're going to learn from? Is it something that brings you enlightenment, expansion, joy, happiness? And yes, spiritual work is painful. Painful. Dealing with your trauma, looking yourself in the mirror and holding yourself accountable is not easy. We've been programmed to blame everything outside of ourselves, but our own selves. Well, it hurts. Um, that's why a lot of us are being called to not be distracted with like what's going on, World War III. I'd rather be talking about animals. And even though it hurt, a lot of our animals have passed, it's painful. But if we looked at the enjoyment we got while they were alive, we hold those memories in our heart space. It brings me closer to myself and know that I was a good parent to that animal, that I showed it how to be human, and that animal in return showed me unconditional love and healed me. It's a beautiful energy exchange. And I'd rather talk about that than who's to blame for the world's problems. when it's all of our faults in some aspect. Because now that you know what rents room in your head materializes at some point in turn in the manifested universe, your thoughts create things. When you're thinking about the show, the movie, objectively, you're not feeding the energy because you're just allowing the energy to go, oh, I'm observing, but I am not feeding it. You're not collapsing it into the reality. You're just like letting it go float by. Oh, baby Luigi. Thank you. For those of you who don't know, I'm going to share my website again. Look, I updated it. I put this and the love birdies. But look, I have a doggy drawing here. So here's the pencil drawings. I added more to them. That's my neighbor with his doggy. Was my neighbor. This baby just passed away. I was so sad to hear about that. There's Ashmaya's babies. Hi, Maggie. How are you? Welcome. Those are Ashmaya's babies. And let's just say, energy, they all animals have souls like we do. They're in second density, so their souls are more confined to a group soul, but they're individualized. They have fractals of us in them. And energy just transforms. So your animal is always with you. Like I know I had those cat balls that light up. Like Ethan was talking to me, right? Like you know when your animal's around you. Odin is my spirit guide. So even though they're not here physically, you can feel them. It's a little harder when you're not sure what energy it is, but it takes time to discern that. But like I know when my mom is around me, my hand, I feel like my hand's being grabbed. The same with my dad. So I know both of their energies are a little different, but I know they're around me when my hand feels like they're holding it. Hi, Roger. So that's Ash Maya's babies. We're talking animals. I was commissioned to do this one. I just added my alien gray agenda. I did this. This is a huge drawing. I did in 2013 for my ex. His grandfather built the Verrazano Bridge. And I got a picture of it and I drew the Verrazano Bridge. Our lovely friend Greg in Florida, our veteran from the Time Is Now podcast. This is his baby that passed over. I was commissioned to do baseballs. I'm not really good with faces, but I did my best. This is my friend Katie, the one that helps me out a lot. That's her baby, Scarlett. This is Darth Vader and the Star Trek collision. Thank you. I was tasked to get Vader and the Star Trek make something happen. And then someone commissioned me to draw like a family home like a vacation house. So I just don't do animals and people, I do other things too. And I'm working on getting Bob's composition squared away. I do work on Bob wants a certain character. I'm trying my best to get that vision for him, and it so far it I have to do it in my perfected way or else so here's all the paint and sip paintings and all the crafts that I do. For those of you who are newish or don't know that I go live to make crafts. And I paint, I do videos, so I hope that people paint with me. You don't have to paint what I'm doing, but the whole task is to be inspirational and, help you bring out your creativity. That's a drawing. These are birdies I made out of toilet paper rolls. That's right there. That's the one I just did, and you can barely see it. I don't know why the website doesn't get the whole thing. Yeah, that's all the paint and sip stuff and finished works. I'm gonna do a sign. I'll probably be cheaper for me to send it out until I get back. The universe creates a job for me to get back on my feet. And that's a lot of my school. I think no, that's not the one behind me. This is a lot of the stuff that I do. Stop share. Thank you. That's just my passion. I do my work because I like doing my work. It's not, if I sell it, great. If not, I'm happy anyway. Um, the reality is, let's go back down into 3D reality. I have to deal with that once this ends. Um, I don't know. I think I have chemical treated gloves. I don't know. I have rain boots I can put on, but that's tree root treatment that just threw up in my shower and all over the floor. So I have to see how to clean that up. And hopefully get the cap off of the top thingy outside and see if I could get a snake, high powerful duty snake rented tomorrow. We'll see. Um, I didn't read this Archangel card. Archangel Pure Limit. Let nature soothe you, serve the natural kingdom. And that's all we've been talking about is animals in the last couple of minutes. So yeah, that's a big mess I have to clean up. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know if it's safe for me to flush a toilet. And I might hold out a few days because it's gonna be hot as balls, Mr. Buckshot, here tomorrow and Sunday. I don't know if I want to stay in the heat to do hours worth of cleaning out a potential block. We'll see. I don't know, but it told me not to put it down the drain. I flushed it. It says put 1/3 of, it's a small container, put it in there, and you're supposed to flush a few times. And then you put the rest in and you flush it a few times. And I didn't have any problems for today until right before I came on. And that happened. And that's the treatment that I put in the system. I hope something works because not being able to use the toilet, flushing it. I mean, I don't mind having to suck up the excess water, but there's a problem. That means I can't take a shower or do a laundry or do my dishes. That's a problem. I mean, sure, I can army it out and do an army shower. I've done it before. I could take my clothes to a laundromat, sheet it, dropping shit everywhere. Um, yeah, it's gonna be super hot here tomorrow. We have heat advisories everywhere. So do I want to be doing plumbing and snaking in the middle of my yard with no shade? I don't know. I might have to. But, you know, that's my life. I chose and I'm kicking my ass. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna, and if I have to go to the bathroom, I'm gonna have to use a bag. I mean, I've done that before too, but like that doesn't solve the problem. Like I need the problem solved. And I can't afford to have the problem solved when everybody here charges an arm and a leg. And the help that I put a call out, and I don't know too many people here that know somebody that could do me a favor. But I mean, when I came downstairs to see my whole downstairs flooded, I freaked out. And then I saw the termites, and then the spiders and the mold, and like one thing after another, like we're gonna get to the last card last for a reason. Clairvoyance, inspiration, interpretation, trust. The Oracle of Delphi gazes into her scrying bowl, patiently waiting for the images to take shape. She knows that a message is coming. She remains peaceful and unafraid. There are two steps to her process, however. Once she receives the information, which often comes to the form of a riddle, she must interpret the meaning. This process applies to your intuitive experience as well. Whether you realize it or not, you have the ability to receive important messages from spirit. All of you do. It's not just an Allison thing. You also have the wisdom to take accurate interpretations. This card, that just went off. This card is telling you it's time to let go of old doubts and open up your own clairvoyant process. Anybody see anything behind me? Let me know. Like the oracle with her scrying bowl. You might find it helpful to use specific tools and techniques. I use oracle cards. Perhaps you will be called to read oracle cards or pursue mediumship. Whatever form your intuitive process may be, let yourself be a trusting receiver. Then take the time to interpret the message. It may seem complex at first, like you're putting the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle together. But if you relax and let go of the need to perform and the need to be right, soon the answers you seek will come clear. Affirmation. More and more, I trust in my own intuitive process. I open to Spirit's guidance in understanding the message I receive. My team is quiet. How about yours? Power over difficulty. What's around me? Let's hope it's angelic. Angels. Can you blink again if you're an archangel? Power over yes. Power over difficulty. Can you fix my plumbing, please? Reclaim your power. Shift some energy down there. Whatever is here, shift that energy so my shit can get unclogged so I don't have to spend money I don't have. Power over difficulty, reclaiming your power. This card brings you a warning that there are situations, people, or patterns in your life threatening to take over. This snake, this snake can be venomous, tempting, or even strangling. This card is an important reminder to be honest with yourself and investigate your relationships and your daily activities to determine what may be harmful or dishonoring to you or even consuming you. If someone is bringing a toxic energy to your life, it may be necessary to let that person go or at least reduce your exposure dramatically. It may be necessary in this situation to let go of anything sapping your sense of freedom and enthusiasm. It's time to rethink your motivation for remaining engaged. And if you're feeling a building resentment for a job or a personal task, this card is telling you to learn how to bring more conscious joy to the experience or even to exit it altogether. Be mindful of your personal patterns Consider the causes of your making and results they are creating. Yet always remember the indomitable strength of your inner spirit and true life force, represented here by the swans, who, in spite of their gentle beauty, are very powerful creatures, capable of striking anything that attacks. Because conscious and courageous in your ongoing choices, you have the power. Affirmation: I release toxic people and patterns from my life. I empower myself in my choices and my relationships. So guys, if you don't know by now, this is a REM pod. So if I put my hand on it, you see all the different colors lighting up. And alarms, which you don't hear because my Zoom blocks it out. So it's another way for spirit to communicate, to tell us it's here. Spirit can be an angel. It could be an archangel. It could be, see, archangel's here. It could be an etheric. It could be a celestial. It could be a lower fourth astral. It could be an animal. It could be anything. That's why I asked it what it was. And interestingly enough, we were talking about telepathy before. There it is. Transmission, perception, communication. This card shows the priestess of the universal mind, the eternal voice. The light that rises from above her crown chakra opens the door to all spirit. The orb encircling her heart center vibrates through infinity, opening the portal to immortal wisdom. She comes to tell you that you are right now capable of profound perception and telepathic communication. You've been endowed with this talent since the origins of divine consciousness at the beginning of time. See, I'm not any different from any of you. This powerful card calls upon your incredible ability to reach out and communicate with the very elements of the earth. In addition to receiving transmissions from the outer edges of the universe, from the spirit world and beyond, it is your destiny and the destiny of mankind to evolve into deep telepathic states. Do not think it's beyond you. Open up to this sleeping power, and the universe will speak to you in more ways than you can imagine. I am a receiver of universal power and information. The infinite wisdom of the world always comes to me when I need it. I'm waiting. I'm waiting, spirit. I'm waiting for, yeah, you can green light me all day long. You don't have to clean that mess. I do. Yeah, telling you, spirit. Curtis, yes, we are already there. When we transcend this physical vehicle goes, you're already up there. You're going to merge with that energy of the higher totality of self. And you're like, holy shit, that was a dream. What the hell was that? Probably saying, yeah. Stop taking life so seriously, girlfriend. Yep, fuck you. Fix my pipes. Fix that mess. Get those tree roots out. Oh, the sound's not on.
I can scare you. It's difficult.
It's difficult to scare me. Chicken! Buck, buck, buck. It's chicken. Toot, 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 toot. There's a rooster in my neighborhood. Toot, 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 toot. I hear their this morning. That was fun. Let me tell you what. Chickies! Yes. Uberkana. Monkey butts. Burkano. Fuck! Burkana. Birch divine. Burkana celebrates birth and all new beginnings. And this could be a new relationship or a work project or simply a new approach at life. The symbol is the birch tree, which is known for its fertility and ability to
I'm in
renew.
my 50s.
The spirit is in their 50s. If you are going through difficult times, this card suggests that you have the strength to pull through, learn from the experience, and grow. Yeah, thanks. And that good times will return. Associated with maternal and caregiving energy, the card urges you to nurture any new beginning or relationships because they're going to be positive for you. At the same time, this requires that you nurture and take care of yourself and make sure that your needs are met before caring for others. That's funny. Family is strong theme too, and it is possible that this card refers to a family member or friend who will offer much needed support or care. Or perhaps there is someone close to you in need of support or loving care. Love that. That rune's a nice one.
I'm from the 1800s.
I'm from the 1800s.
Belittle.
Belittle. The skirt has pockets and I need in them. Whiskey, did you have tornadoes by you yesterday? There's like 10 tornadoes down there. Like I put max velocity on, and he's like, There's already 10 tornadoes," and it was like early. 10:13 in Indiana. And well,
Some.
I'm in the central part. I saw the sign and I opened up my eyes and my lungs to see the sign. I saw the sign and need a plumber. Okay, I was right. This hand's acting funky. Okay, Spirit, you're going on pause. Hear me? As we talk about animals, all of you, Gaia is shifting. Things are purging. Before I pull the last card and read it for you all, just don't feed into the fear. Many of us here are doing our best. I know I am, to try to bring heaven to earth, bring it here, collapsing heaven, sixth density, fifth density here, so that we can all get over. Oh my God, Curtis. OMG. No. I'm going to see something before I go anywhere in my thoughts. Huh. That's really sad. The Zoom does not have an eagle. It has a penguin, it has a bird, bird head, does not have eagle. Has a cigarette, has banana, that I'm looking, has penguins, but I don't see an eagle. Null and void. I want it coming up on my thingy. Like I know YouTube has it, but Zoom doesn't. That makes me sad. I want an eagle to come up. I'm still trying to get Berto's tampon that Bob made up in somewhere. Oh, I got eggplant. I got eggplant for days. Eggplant is here. You know. So here's the Schumann. And up top you see all the red. We're purging. That's high frequency purging. There is spirit. It went to blue and then it went to the red, to the amber, which is the temperatures. Okay, I'm shutting you off. I'm freaked out. I mean, I already know the spirit's here. It's just that alarm is, you guys don't hear it, but it's loud. And I can't volume change that. I love eagles. I've seen them in person in New York. Haven't seen them here yet, but I have a lot of hawks here. A lot of hawks. Um, we're purging energy. Earth is changing. Just be aware. Like, I had to scream my face off yesterday at myself to get up the pent up frustration at what's going on in my life. It had to come out. Don't suppress, let it out. Um, that's number one. That's what Earth is doing right now. Between earthquakes, volcanoes, shifts and rifts in the land, floods, tornadoes, hurricanes, all of that stuff. It's Earth purging herself. Be mindful of your energy and what you're feeding it. I know after yesterday and cleaning that up, and I have to clean that up, like I'm calmer today. I grounded, I went outside, I mowed, I did lawn work, I didn't sleep, like, but I'm calm. I'm not twitchy anymore. Don't allow the outside clown show affect you. It's exciting to watch, but be an objective observer. You can observe, but don't absorb. You know, this is my theme, and I've been saying this for a while. If it ain't paying my bills and it ain't helping me out in life, it's not worth my energy to give. I'm not waiting around for a banking system to collapse. It might never collapse. I don't know. I'm not, I want it. We all do. But like I said earlier from the Curtis books, what's stopping things from happening is the what we're not walking in God's righteousness. If we want something to happen, it needs to happen for everybody on the same playing field. But what are you using the money for? Aggrandizement, selfish needs. You know, it's one thing to have your needs met. It's one thing to be prosperous but we're supposed to be sharing it with humanity and we're supposed to uplift humanity. How do we do that if deep down inside, deep rooted, seated inside, most people want it for selfish reasons? So just be aware. Go watch the Curtis books I did yesterday, The Inner Radiance. That was a phenomenal chapter. I don't know what they always blow my mind, and it's not stuff that I don't say. They just say it more eloquently than I do. Um, soul language is a language that is telepathy. It's a frequency. It's a vibration. And we all have the ears to hear and the eyes to see it. It's up to you. Um, yes, we're all going to be challenged. We're going to be tested. I'm being heavily tested right now. I'm also under spiritual attack, and that's probably why my archangel is here. Yeah, we give labels to things. We give labels to things, and I do believe that we still need a lot of people in industry. We need things, but the way things are transpiring needs to change. The system needs to change. And the only change that we're going to see is if we make it ourselves or put it out there more and more people fight for it. Right. And that's the thing. When the Curtis books were talking about that, it's we want to know why things aren't manifesting. Like, why is the timeline shifting all the time? And that's like an excuse. The real excuse is your thoughts create the things. If your heart space and subconscious brain is knowing that when this money comes, if it ever does, you're going to be wasting it away, it's not going to manifest. And now look how many other people are going to manifest the same thing. That's what it was alluding to, not because we don't deserve it and it isn't ours. There are very greedy, and we have to unify in duality. That whole thing I read earlier, that's the point of being here on earth, is to understand duality in but unifying it. Knowing that everybody plays a role and everybody is here for a purpose. But if we want higher density, expanded thinking to come, we have to use it for humanity's sake and not just our own. So, divine appointments, many of us are walking in our divine path. We're going to start at some point. I know I am to a little extent doing that. You have to feel it legit, but when it comes to humanity, not just for yourself, it's a big idea, right? It's a big thought that a lot of people know about. And out of all the people that know about it, why hasn't it come yet? Because the 17s aren't adding up to synchronicity, that every time we are pulling numbers, hey, Leroy, we're pulling numbers out of the ether and we're making it make sense, that it doesn't make sense because it doesn't happen the way we expect it to. Like, we got to look into the divine laws of nature, not because I make it make sense to make it make sense. Because all the 17s add up, it's going to happen. And then it doesn't. So what is it proving to you? Not enough people are walking in the righteousness. Not enough people are feeling it for the right reasons. You want to collapse something into frequency, you have to hold the frequency, but so does everybody else. That's a problem with bringing heaven to earth. It can't just be me working on it every day. It needs to be everybody. Enough of us. Change is always occurring. The future is fluid. We can pull any one of the timelines down, but it has to make sense within 3D. It can't be some mystical unicorn dragon embodiment. Humanity's not there to see that yet. The aliens, why do you need disclosure? They're here already. They've been here. We are them, they are us. You just have to frequent higher and you'll see it for yourself. If you're meant to see it. We're all bound by contracts. Some you can null and void, others you can't. You put things in your purview as catalysts for learning and growing. What's going on in my house is a lesson and a fucked up one. I'm done with them. But it's a lesson. But it's also an opportunity for me to be more in my power to ask for help, physical help. Like, hi, I need somebody to help me take this cap off and put a snake down there. Right? I need physical. We need more people to act instead of sitting back and not responding. We need change, but the world is still playing out its story. Many of us already closed that story. We're on to a new movie. We're on to the new book. We're in between right now. We're just opening up the book and it's just like, oh, here's the introduction to the author. We didn't even get to the first chapter yet. We're in an in-between. We put the NPCs in place. We put the we designed this. All of us together made this movie. We made it. And that also involves the evil shit. And everybody orchestrated themselves for a role that they were going to play for better learning lessons. That's why I cannot anymore feed the negative side. Because where your attention goes is where the energy flows. If I keep feeding negative energy to the negative, they're going to manifest their reality, not mine. I don't care who's to blame for the world's problems. I think it's collectively on both sides. We're being deceived on all sides. And I don't choose to feed my focus on that anymore. I need to feed the focus on how these people don't pay my bills. They're not helping me financially. Everything is still extremely high. Gas is at $3.50 here. Bills are extremely high. Food is high. I don't see a change in my life. I just see more difficulty. So how do we change it? Get more people to awake to an understanding that the system isn't working no matter what side of the fence you play on. That my money that I earn and all of you earn or have earned is still feeding nefarious shit on both sides. Some of us that are here already know what will come in because we're working on it now in our sleep state. Some of us in our conscious state. I know I could see sometimes my light body go up there. It's a beautiful world that we're all weaving together. It's a matter of bringing it into materiality, into matter. And enough of us need to want it and experience it and know that change is imminent. I'm changing drastically. We're being asked to drop the old self. That's the inner work that you have to do. Old self yesterday would have broken a door, punched a hole in the wall, broken more shit than I could have imagined because that's how violent I used to be. When I get that frustrated, I see red. When I see all that mess, I see red and I'm done. Yesterday, I just cried myself, screamed at myself, and cleaned up. I got it out. So it's up to us to make these changes, and it starts with inside. It starts with yourself. And a lot of us are going through the metamorphosis. We're still purging, and it's contributing to the outwardly purge. So I do apologize, but it's all necessary. But on a whole, most of us are the first wave. Most of us are here to help usher in the new earth. And that's not an easy task because we still have to go through our shit first. We have to transform first to have A, tangible evidence, B, guidance and wisdom. If you don't go through something, you don't have the wisdom and experience to talk about it. And then translate it in a way to help other people out that are now going to be the second wave. And if you're not doing it from a place of compassion, non-judgment, and grace, because that person might be trans, that person might be something very different from you. And if you're going to sit there to judge, that's not contributing to humanity because they're all of us. 9/11. Do you really think people were stopping to ask if a man had a bra and a woman's panties underneath their outfit? No. Do you think someone was going to ask for someone's ID to see what their last name was? No. Do you think someone's going to stop to know what color you are? Obviously, if you're coming out with white dust everywhere, you're not going to know right away. No, you're going to be human. You're going to go in and you're going to help. You're going to ask questions later. You're going to act because that's what us humans do. Good people. Stop and help. Are you going to ask that person, are they gay? Are you going to ask that person if they're a terrorist? Are you going to ask that person if they're trans? Or are you going to be human and do the right thing? That was 9/11. If that taught anything to anybody, you could sit here and judge all you want. You can have your opinion, you can have your perception, you could think your thoughts. No one's telling you not to. But just remember, if you want that 5D experience, you want telepathy, you want those powers, with power comes great responsibility. And it comes a lot of maturing of your being. It's not given to people because I'm ascending. It's because that person worked for it and they got rid of those things that no longer serve you in 3D. They said, bye. I'm ready to move on. If you're ready to move on, you're going to do the work to get there. It's not freely handed to you. You have to do work. Some people already have done the work in other lives, so they might have a little bit easier on the outside, but that you don't know what's going on inside. Just understand that. We need to come into unity, in duality, and we need to see both sides objectively, sit neutrally in an above stance, the eagle eye, look down, and then choose what direction you're going to go in. There's no right or wrong either. God's all things. I am. Eclectic. I'm actually finishing, Scott. Freya interrupted. She made a big bang upstairs, and the room happens to be right above here, and I need to make sure she was okay. So we were talking about animals. Look, we got a cute tiger. Yes, she. You shall overcome all obstacles. Success is imminent. So stay connected to your path no matter what and continue to apply yourself. Allow your spiritual path to support you in all our areas of your life. Live by your spiritual beliefs. Seek out the support of your spiritual brothers and sisters for help when needed. but also trust that you are intimately and directly connected to the powerful divine light within. There can be a dramatic healing breakthrough when you rely upon your spiritual connection. I'm not done. This oracle encourages you to call upon your higher spiritual guides for assistance. This empowers them to bring their light to the world through you and for you to grow in your own spiritual advancement too. Remember, enlightenment is a team effort with extraordinary individual players working together as one. You belong on such a team. The tiger skin is depicted in sacred iconography to represent fearless enlightenment that cuts through all obstacles. Deities such as Tara in her fierce emanation and her ferocious expression as the wrathful, protective feminine deity, Shiva, are often pictured seated upon tiger skins. This represents the indomitable will that conquers negativities because it refuses to be overcome. Numerous divine beings are depicted moving through the worlds with their tiger as their sacred monument. Tiger spirit medicine can control the poisons of anger and hatred, transforming them into passions, clarity, and unwavering commitment to one's higher purpose. This oracle empowerment and healing by assuming a confident attitude and taking steps forward. It indicates that a negative time is drawing to a close and encourages commitment to task of overcoming negatives through spiritual practices suited to you. It doesn't matter if you feel like a beginner or an uncertain of how to meditate, for example. Yes, she became enlightened because she made progress one step at a time, attracting the right teachers and guides to assist her. You have the precious gift of such a path. It is good karma to have such a path and creates further good karma when you pursue it. Trust the universe and go for what you want with boldness and courage. This oracle indicates triumph over even the most severely negative energies with the help of supernatural intervention if needed. To be active, the blessings, be determined to prevail. Fully empower the beneficial workings of the light in your life and in our world. Truly, you are a light worker. Embrace it and live it. It goes for all of you. There is no I in team. There isn't. There is not. So I hope you all wish me luck in figuring out how to clean up that poisonous, toxic tree root treatment out of my tub and floor. For a reminder, this is what I'm dealing with after here. Maybe that's why I'm prolonging it because I don't want to deal with it. That's what I'm dealing with, and it's hard to see on the tile, but it's there. So I got to deal with that. I got to deal with not knowing what to do the next few days. I do have to clean up the house to go to the pawn shop. That I'm going to be doing. So yeah, need some prayers. Lots of them. Uh, you can't even like I need to wear like my rain boots and gloves and a respirator. Because it was like very adamant not to touch it, to let it go flush down the toilet. And obviously, here it is. So I had to figure out how to get that into the dry vac and the wet vac and then get it out of the wet vac so it doesn't ruin the wet vac because money's not here and money doesn't grow on trees and I need to procure more. I need to just keep applying to jobs until something helps or someone gives me an opportunity. That'd be amazing. Uh, I don't want these getting also. It so eclectic. It is diluted already in water because I flushed it down. It just didn't go all the way down the drain. So I have a blockage somewhere in my plumbing. I had a call out for help, and a lot of people told me to go get that stuff. That's my cheapest route to try first. So obviously it didn't work. Um, I I got to figure out a situation to pay for a plumber. If not, um, I'm doing the best that I can to figure this out. I also have termites and mold that I also have to deal with. So I do. I can't afford one though. And the last time someone came out to clean the tree roots out of my drain, it was $500. The last time I had plumbing problems, it cost me $2,000 to fix. Yes, I do know you're a plumber. So tell me how to safely get that off my floor and where do I dispose it after I get it done? And then I need to get that off. Um, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Um, yeah. Took a shower and my whole downstairs was flooded. I'm sure I'm gonna have to take my toilet bowl off also to replace something that probably is cracked. Um, because it's coming from underneath the toilet bowl and coming out, not coming over. It's coming out. Um, I put grease and hair dissolving stuff upstairs and all the sinks and tub and everything up there and washed it down with hot water. City sewer. Yeah, I have to see if JQ has any. Yep. No, it looks like my house looks like a basement, but it's the way the land. So like I look like I live in a ranch, but I live in two floors. And it's not considered a basement. All right, Bob. It is probably easy, but lifting the shit off of the foundation to get the wax ring fixed is a lovely task. You know, I don't do well with porcelain. Yes, yes. And I've had tree roots before. What? Yes, and I put the tree root treatment because that was my cheapest option in the toilet, like it said. I flush a bunch. And I tell you that I know it's from the tree roots because the shower down here is was bringing up stuff from the pipe. Because when I came down to see the flood, I saw the stuff from the line. No, like it's underneath. And then I can go outside and see the cat. I know that. That's why the earth is flat. Right. Yes. Correct. That's where it's coming from. No, there's no crawl space under the house. Well, that's the thing. I didn't get to open it because I'm not strong enough. I need tools and I don't have the tools, so I have to find the tools to get the shit opened. And that's probably tomorrow's task. I don't know because here's the thing. It's in my backyard. It goes straight to the creek. That's great. I'm not a plumber to have those tools. I have to go get somebody that has that tool to help me get it open. I might have my next door neighbor help me if he's around tomorrow. But otherwise, I like the line goes straight to the creek in the back of the house because there's no sewer caps on the street. They're down in the behind the creek. How do I determine such things? Obviously, it is between my house and the cat, maybe. Because if I flushed the toilet and it not even do anything and the thing just came back up later on. I will tomorrow after I clean up this mess and tomorrow in the light so I can see if I can get it off. But I should be able to with help. If help comes. And then I have to go and get a high-powered snake to get it out. Do I have a 2x4? No. I will see what I have and figure it out. I'm not a man. I don't have a lot of this stuff. Remember, I have to play, as much as I want to be masculine, I have to play a damsel in distress once in a blue moon. You know, Well, yeah, sure. With money I don't have. That's my problem. I don't have money to call a plumber. I have to go to the pawn store and hope that I get enough, like $1,000, if that will suffice, because the shower cost me 2 grand to get somebody to even look at it without it being a $500 let me come and just look at it fee. Yeah, that tree is not dying. I have concrete underneath it. The line goes, so my house, the line, there's concrete, there's my deck, and then there it is in the grass. So I can dig up the grass and in the ground there, but what is that going to do? I might be. It's on the ground. I mean, I love my plumber friends, don't get me wrong, but there's only so much I have in the house to figure out how to get that thing off. But even if I get it off, at what point, what do I do after I get it off? I still need to go rent out a tool to get down there to get the root out of the out of to clear the line. And yes, it can continue to happen, but at the moment, I don't have funds to replace a pipe or the line that for that matter. Like I need a professional to do that. I don't think I could do that by myself. You know what I'm saying? Like I just need a intermediary fix until I have money. I was going to get an equity loan to fix the pipes and I got told no. Right, but I don't know if the pipes were ever replaced. The house is 15 from 59, 65 years old. So well, I don't know if they ever replaced the piping here. And if it has to get done, it has to get done, but at an expense I don't have right now. I can't even pay my fucking property tax. It's very far. Yes, I know. I had this process done with me. Dina saw it as Jason was sitting here doing his podcast. I had the same problem. I called the plumber. It cost $500. I know what he did. And he did get tree roots out of the line. Um, it took him 4 hours. So it's not something I haven't seen done. I just don't have the machinery for it. I have to go rent it and find a place that has it. I don't know. Yeah. But I mean, at any rate, I need it solved soon because going to the bathroom is going to be an issue. Taking a shower, and especially it's going to be so fucking hot, is going to be a problem. I'm going to have to like army shower and wash my hair in the sink and just have the dry vac, wet vac down here. I don't remember. I'm not sure. He got out enough because he then ran my washer and dryer, my washer and my other stuff together. I don't know what's under there. It probably is PVC. Possible. Like I said, I don't know. But where I'm at right now is I can't afford shit. So I gotta have it. I have to fix it myself. Unless I get enough money from pawning stuff that will make things make sense. But then I also have to worry about my other bills that I can't pay. So I'm not trying to worry about it. I'm not trying to infringe or solicit, not trying to do that. Okay, but what does that do for me in the now moment, knowing what pipe it is? It still needs to be either replaced, but it still needs to get unclear. I need a clearing. I need those seas to be parted so I can at least flush my bathroom toilets. Yes. Yeah. Well, thank you, Curtis. I'm just hoping. Have a good night, Buckshot. I'm getting off myself. I got to clean this up and then try to go to sleep tonight. Um, hopefully I will be on Zoom tomorrow at some point, probably at night. We'll see. Um, I need something to put in my pipe and smoke for all the nerves. That'd probably calm me down and put me to sleep. Um, I will keep everybody updated. Eclectic, my email me. Um, I'm gonna hopefully get this taken care of. And I've asked upstairs to help. We'll see what happens. But just remember, feel the feelings and let them go. I'm feeling the feelings and letting it go. Yeah, right. But I need to be able to flush my toilets and take a shower. It's going to get hot here, and it's not like it can go to someone else's house and take a shower. That's not a possibility. So, and for anybody that wants to come to Zoom tomorrow, it's with We Not Me. Buckshot is hosting. It's a beautiful place with beautiful people that half of them are in this chat that are beautiful beings. Hang out, chit chat, shoot the breeze. Um, you don't have to put your camera on, and if someone asks you who you are, it's just to make sure you're not an infiltrator of evil doings. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry, Scott. Oh, no, I get that, Eclectic. I can't call somebody until I have money, and I don't have it right now. So, and there's a lot of shady plumbers around here that just want cash. So I can't, I have to figure it out. But in the meantime, I got to figure out what I do with my toilet and how to go to the bathroom. So I have to clean that up. So have a good night, everybody. Sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the soldier. Be the lighthouse. I will. I have no choice, Eclectic. Light the path forward. I have to do a lot by myself, and that is one thing I'm going to have to do. Thank you, everybody, for joining me and staying on and being awesome. And thank you for the healing energy in the chat tonight. That was beautiful. You guys are amazing. And remember, I'm no different from you are. So tap into your empowerment and knowledge. Stand in it. And see you all in the next one. Bye for now.